Welcome back, everybody. I'm glad you're all back for another session of Pirates Brotherhood. Last we left off, everyone decided it was a good idea to grab the sword. Well, not everyone, but a few of you were grabbing the sword out of Dante's chest and failing miserably at your saves, to where Sivian and Rose are unconscious for a total of 9 days. So, we're going to have 4.5 more days on the boat as you guys will be approaching Northorn, as you agreed upon, to restock for supplies and items. Those are any quick RP before we get there, or anyone wanting to do anything.
Heck nah.
Or anyone wanting to order an item.
Ooh. I think I have all the items.
Also, for the recording people, the people listening on YouTube, the 5 of you at the time, Michael's recording today, so if it's hard to hear him, we apologize. We will get it back when Chris is back home and being, useful.
I'm sorry I do that.
So yes, does anyone want to do anything before we get to Northorn?
Not that I can think of.
No, I'm drawing a blank. So,
Okay.
wait, do I have notes?
Alright, everything I had, I don't even know where it is, so blah. Not even gonna bother. Oh yeah, I gotta delete this. Said someone broke my mirror.
Yes, sir. All right, 4.5 days will pass. Okay, go ahead.
You can't make a new one, can you?
My character can try, but there's no guarantee he'd be able to make something like that. It is, if I remember right, one of the non-rarity written items. I'd have to double check.
It is, and it is a wondrous item at that as well.
Okay,
So
I could, but it'd be hard, even with us having the remains of it.
Gotcha.
Basically, no.
I mean, my character could have spent the last 4 days attempting, but it's not
if
going
you
to get
want.
anywhere. I mean, I might as well put effort towards it since there's no orders.
Sure. Roll me a D100 and a Tinkerer's Tools check with intelligence.
Ready. Tinker's first.
So over the 4.5 days, you have been trying to tinker and figure out how to get something similar to the mirror to work, but you're not able to craft an exact replica to do what you need.
Yeah, as I figured. That's all he's going to mess with.
Like anybody else. There we go.
No, I can't think of anything.
Okay. Well, 4.5 days will pass as nightfall will approach, and Sivian, you awake from your slumber. And Rose is still unconscious. Everyone else topside, you're about an hour away from port.
Ooh, poggers.
Well, first thing was simply to go and take her to the room and lay her down on the bed.
You guys are on the bed.
Yeah, we would have actually drug you guys back to the bed.
Oh, okay, someone was actually nice.
We did it the first time.
Okay.
No, you laid me on the floor.
We tried to do it the first time, but everybody got knocked unconscious except for,
Vercon and Graves.
yeah.
Yeah.
Even though Vercon's probably the best person to deal with the con saves.
He was like, I'm not touching it.
I
well.
suppose.
I guess we'll just wait then.
Because I guess I'll check in on Lorelei to see if she ended up getting hit with it as well. So, is Lorelei in her room? Where is she?
Lorelai's topside following Graves around like a lost puppy. What do you expect her to do? Her father's unconscious!
I ship it.
Wait,
Gross.
what? Hold on. Pause. Time out. No.
I agree.
For so many
No.
reasons.
Just
Yes, definitely no for so many reasons.
anyways,
For all the reasons.
continuing so we don't go off on a tangent here, people.
Oh, thanks.
Moving along.
I do what I want.
I know where
Well,
you
once I
live.
don't find her in a room, I'll head topside.
All right. You find her following Graves around.
Simeon, you're upright.
Dad!
Physically speaking.
You're awake!
I'm awake. How long have I been out this time?
9 days.
No,
I'm sorry.
It was
I've
another
been
4.5.
out for 9 days.
It was another 4.5. It was a total of 9.
Is Vercon actually there?
I mean, where else would he be?
His workshop?
Oh, that's fair. Yeah.
Where things have already gone awry, at this point he will have been done.
Okay. Oh. Okay, that's not good, but better than 9.
Still worrying, however.
If it's any consolation, nothing major happened while you were asleep. You didn't, pillage anything while you were out.
I certainly hope not. We're not pretending to be pirates anymore. Graves.
I'm an opportunist.
Graves. We're not looking to make enemies of people who are not our enemies.
I have never robbed anyone who didn't have it coming.
Were they our enemies to begin with?
You've robbed people?
I mean, I really don't give a flying fuck what or who you rob, so long as they are our enemies. If they are not, if they are a neutral party, then no.
Let's say yes.
Let's say no, we have enough people trying to kill us, let's not add to
I
the
meant,
list.
let's say yes, they were already our enemies to begin with.
I'm going to shank you.
Please don't.
And I'm sure you already felt how painful my punch was.
I had worse.
Do I need to start zapping kneecaps here?
No, please.
Now, what are we doing?
Port.
Yes, we're just outside of Northorn.
I'd prefer not to be here, but we do need to resupply properly on certain things.
Yes.
And by
I hate
resupply, I mean not raiding.
I make no promises, but I don't see much point in raiding the place.
We don't need to raid. We got
Father,
plenty of
please
other
calm
targets. And we don't need to add more targets onto our back than we already have.
Exactly. It's bad enough that my people are being hunted and used for their black magic, and now there's 2 of us on board, which is already putting a shit ton of targets on your back, Graves, considering you are ferrying us around. Do not make the mistake of adding more.
Father, please, your blood pressure.
Wow, you.
I'm pressured enough, thank you very much. Again, as I said, Graves, do not add more to that.
From the crow's nest, you hear Jason, Captain!
Hmm?
Port! Less than 20 minutes out!
Excellent.
And he slides down the rope and lands
Very good.
gracefully.
Speaking of, does anyone actually know what this place is
Applause.
like?
Oh, I don't even have the icons on. I forgot about that.
Oh, yeah.
I don't use the icons. They just
I
bug me.
don't either. I don't like them because they're always in the way, but for recording purposes, it's nice.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I gotta... Yeah. I completely forgot about those.
Anyway,
So what is this place like anyway?
I've actually never been here, so it'll be a surprise for all of us.
I have not come here very often, so I can't say for sure. And when I usually did, I didn't stay for very long or mingle with the common folk.
What a surprise.
Well, considering my duty was to meet with their ambassadors and leaders, I would say that the Rose would probably have a greater opportunity of divulging information about this place, but she's currently still
Indisposed.
asleep.
Yeah.
Aye.
Mm. Yes. Well, I'll have someone watch her while we're out and about.
I can do it, Captain.
Is that James speaking?
That is Jason.
Or Jason, yeah.
Mm.
I
Hmm.
care not for this town, so I will just stay on the boat.
And what do you have to say
Very
about
well.
Oh, 3 years ago they got a new mayor, and they cut all ties off with Balsamio when we did mercenary work there.
Hmm.
They said that they had their own protection with the mayor.
Oh, okay, that doesn't sound culty at all. Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah.
Aye, do you know anything about this protection they claimed of?
They said that it is fierce and that the paladins had no power that was able to compete with them. And
Definitely not culty.
High Father believed it, so
Right. If that be the case, then it is definitely something we do not want to be raiding, Graves, because it just sounds like a power we don't want to deal with unless we absolutely have to.
To be fair, they only have mere normal guards and people. They don't really have any actual militia from what we gathered in our reports when we were paid for scouting.
Well, as we had witnessed with the High Father, as he likes to call himself, he has some
Called
Other
himself. Past tense.
secrets.
Well, for what it's worth, we did have
Hmm.
some scouts, and they couldn't find anything in town that would be detrimental to the continent. At least that was, what Hood did upon his investigation when he came back from the town.
Interesting.
Well, hopefully we'll have no need to find out for ourselves.
We'll see. But like I said, I'm an opportunist. I don't see an opportunity really to profit from raiding this place, and I don't really have a reason to. So you can calm down.
I'll
Center yourself.
consider it, considering who knows what opportunities you might find once on land.
Bossedmere worked out, didn't it?
The
Worked out is a strong phrase.
Okay. It resolved largely in our favor.
That doesn't mean everything's gonna go according to some unknown lucky plan. Avoid confrontation where you can. Only take the confrontation that you need to. Unless you just
And
feel like dying.
And Graves, our confrontation is very much dictated by our choices, and we have a lot that we have already chosen. Let us not unnecessarily choose more.
I already told you, I have no intentions to attack Northwold.
Da,
Alright,
you stay with Rose, yes? Aye. Da, I stay with you. Sharpen hammer. Real good.
Hold on a second. Why are
Except
you sharpening a hammer? Isn't it a blunt instrument?
I will sharply blunt your skull, Da.
don't you have to sell at every port?
Da. They can come to me. Spread name, come to me.
Except
Fair enough.
as you had put about keeping the business away from us and the ship name, by sending them to our ship, you are directly putting all of us into the danger of being seen and charged, at the very least, as accessories to your deals.
Da. I was born here. They know me.
Oh, do you know any good restaurants?
Da. Go to Granny's on Main.
Hmm.
So effectively, just say your name and we won't have any issues,
Nope.
even with new
Well.
management.
Yeah. Old friends will probably still be there.
well, I
If
only
not,
have.
I'll go wander.
Well, Crown, I only have need for medicinal potions, which our supply has practically vanished during our numerous excursions, as well as potentially looking into the idea of for magical enhancements.
Oh,
For
maybe.
Father, those aren't good for you.
Maybe. But it is also dead of night. Probably wait till morning.
Alright. The
Oh,
normal
and-
idea. I'm referring to the kind that are typically made of steel.
Oh. Okay.
I don't know what you're referring to.
Mother got really upset when guys would try those things, especially her boyfriends.
What things?
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, we are changing subject. Look, there's port. As the Minotaur quickly docks the boat to the side, where you are seeing, where you see on the the well, pier, yeah. You see three figures. Two, you can easily tell they're holding lanterns, and they have spears, and then a figure in the middle, and they're just standing there, like towards the entrance of the town.
One consideration we didn't go over since the end of the last one. Did we spend time mending the ship?
Yeah, we definitely did.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm gonna
So it's
go
not a
in there
complete
and
wreck.
make sure that things are back. Okay, yeah, everything was back except for the one.
This one, yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
alright. I was just making sure that was all notated in the sheet for it.
Well, Graves, you're the captain, and I'm fairly certain they're looking for a docking fee.
Mm.
Go dot your I's and cross your T's in your ledger.
Da.
All right.
Should I go with him or should I let him cause trouble?
Leave him for this.
I'm not going to cause
Hi.
any trouble. This is very, run of the mill garden variety. Red tape.
You hope.
Mm. Okay, so I guess I will approach the dude standing on the dock
He is standing in a dark purple coat and very fine pants, and his hair is slicked back. It looks like a little bit of a blackish color, and it looks like he has some facial hair, but you can tell there's a giant gash on his cheek, like a cut. It's an old scar. Good evening. How can I help you?
Nice coat. Yeah. We're here to dock. Buy supplies.
Okay. Welcome to my town.
Ah, you're the mayor then.
I am Mayor Jojo.
Damn it.
Is it commonplace for the mayor to personally greet every arriving ship?
Yeah, here, yes, we don't get a lot of traffic. What brings you to my town besides that? Are you pirates?
No. Actually, we're here because we've just come out of a scrap with some pirates. We managed to lose one of our armaments, so we'll probably need to buy materials to replace it, as well as make other repairs.
I see. Yes, quite. Well, our one shop vendor is closed in the evening. You'll have to go see him in the morning.
That's fair enough. Is there any kind of paperwork we need to fill out?
No. Welcome to Northorn.
Simple and straightforward. I like it.
Are you the captain?
Indeed I am.
May I have your name?
Certainly. Captain Graves, actress for this.
Pleasure. Yes, this will do. Make yourselves at home. And welcome to my city.
Much obliged. I gave everybody back on the ship the OK sign.
I don't know what that is, so I'm just gonna stand there like an idiot.
Smile and nod.
Okay.
What the hell does that mean?
Okay. I will walk back up the gangplank and say, it means we're all good. Everything's okay.
That's a lot to convey with one hand sign.
It's very efficient.
I mean, there are lots of hand signs that convey similar information that I am used to, just you're a surfacer, and so your hand signs are different, clearly.
There is one that I feel is very universal. We call this the thumbs up.
No,
They're
I'm not.
equivalent. Whatever. It doesn't matter. But yes, everything is good. He didn't even ask me to sign any paperwork.
That is
Strange.
very.
Yeah.
What?
But helpful.
Wait. Do they not who exactly was that?
Oh, that was the mayor, apparently. They don't get much traffic, he said. So, apparently, he personally greets every ship that comes into port. Like I said, not remotely culty, this place.
Even more concerning is he says that they do not receive much in the terms of traffic. As I recall the map well enough, this is the only dock city on the eastern side of the seas. Travel to and fro should require lots of trade and or even pit stops on the way to Bossamir.
You would think, but apparently no.
No, actually, now that I think more about it, as I recall, Bossamir cancelled all trade outside of, well, Bossamir, right? Yeah.
Did they do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Huh. They were stronger than you thought.
Well, and then I guess before this city must have been much the same in the likes of Bossamir being completely independent, and it's probably only trader would have been Bossamir until this supposed man took over. And so those few visitors would probably be folks like ourselves stopping in for the need of repairs
Which
and resupply.
which begs the question: how does this town support itself?
Well, how did Bossamir support itself? Clearly, it has its capability to, I don't know, farm its own things, its own food, it crafts its own materials.
I can attest for that. The paladins that took the boats and defended against pirates, they took all of their food and took it back once they destroyed the ships.
They also had a giant horse laser.
Right, that thing.
What?
I.
That was before you joined, dear.
They had a mechanic. The fortress or what cathedral, whatever it is you wanted to call that thing. They had managed to construct some sort of mechanical thing that looked like a horse that spewed out magical energies strong enough to destroy entire villages.
Very confused face. Very distraught looking expression.
Smead tugs on Balric's coat. Captain!
Aye, Mr. Sneed.
He holds up a note. It's for you.
From who?
Do I ask questions when I hear a voice say it's in your pocket and I pull out a note and it's addressed to you? Nay!
Okay.
Oh,
Thank you,
yeah,
Mr. Sneed. I take the note.
It's got
And
your
I
name
open
in
it.
very fancy writing. It's from Morgan.
Huh.
And it
She works in
says,
mysterious ways.
hey, kind of busy. Not going to be able to meet you like I promised. Maybe the next town?
Question mark?
Understandable. Wish I had a pencil to write back with. I will go
What's
to
a
my
pencil?
desk and get a pencil.
What's a pencil?
It's
They
It's
don't
like a
exist.
pencil.
it's like a bit of charcoal. You use it to
Do
like
you mean a quill?
no. So,
They-
it's similar to that, but less messy.
Oh, poor dream.
Think of the time frame.
Pencils don't exist at this current time.
They definitely would have.
No.
Pencils are older
No.
than you think.
I'm actually curious.
Pencils were rarely used. They still used quills during such times.
Okay, they would not have been modern pencils as we understand them, but they would have had pencils.
Anyways, we're not getting into this argument. You go to your desk for a writing utensil.
The Romans had pencils.
You go to your desk for a writing utensil.
Okay. Yes. So, I write back on the note. I understand. I trust all is well. Things are going fine. Yes, all fine here. How are you? How is the baby? And then I fold it back up, and now I'm wondering, how do I send this?
It poofs out of your hand.
Oh, okay. I didn't have to burn it or anything. Neat. All right. So, having done that, I return to the group. Okay. Well, that was unexpected in a very pleasant sort of. So, the one vendor that they have is apparently closed until morning, which I suppose makes sense. I'm a bit more concerned that they only have one vendor, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Well, considering
that is a bit concerning.
yeah, considering the fact that they don't get much traffic and they don't trade all that much, from what it sounds like, it's probably not that crazy for them to only have one vendor.
I mean, it still is somewhat a bit of a sizable town of its own. I would have expected more for its citizens.
Who can say? But yeah, there's basically nothing we can do here until the morning.
I have an unfortunate feeling that we're not going to be able to resupply in the manner of which we wish.
We'll have to see what's available.
Well,
If you want to walk about town just to get a sense of the lay of the place,
at
we could
night,
do that.
no. That is a horrible idea.
Oh, right. Dark. You can't see all that well. I keep forgetting.
Besides that, well, this is clearly a very suspicious circumstance we find ourselves in with this new mayor, and I wish not to be caught off guard in an unfamiliar setting.
That's reasonable.
Well, just stay on guard then.
I'm always on guard, but I'd rather be in a familiar setting right here on this ship.
On guard.
Smeen looks at you. Cam!
Yes, Mrs. Sneed.
Shore leave?
Preferably in the morning.
In the morning, Mr. Sneed. Until, for the moment, the crew is relieved of duty, but I would instruct them to remain aboard the ship for the time being.
Can y'all give me perception checks with disadvantage? Because it's dark out.
With
I
straight
have
roll.
devil sight.
Okay, you don't count.
With straight roll, because I have advantage.
Well, I mean, isn't the ship lit up?
Not really.
I mean, we would probably have like a couple
Yeah,
lanterns, but not
Two.
enough to be like 20.
22, which is low for me.
Doing a fantastic with an 8.
So, Ryoma and Balric, you see out of the corner of your eyes Tree tiptoeing towards the gangplank.
What? Tree, where are you going?
Kid! You weren't supposed to see me! And then he runs back downstairs.
Like, I'm imagining, freaking what was his name? Kronk from Emperor's New Groove right now.
Yes.
You're doing really well for a stealth check. I wasn't gonna, hinder that.
As I was saying, Mr. Sneed, the crew will have leave to disembark in the morning.
Alright, well, we can't do anything about it. You're the captain.
Well, if they plan on staying out for the night, I don't see why it makes that big of a difference whether they leave during the night.
Because what's going to be open? There ain't nothing for them to do.
I'm sure there's probably a tavern.
It's better
Well,
to
we
get
don't know that yet. But more to the point, I think that it will reduce the chances of unnecessary confrontation if the town is not flooded with strangers in the middle of the night.
Agreed.
They seem to be relatively suspicious of outsiders. Perhaps tensions will be lessened during the daylight hours. If that is all, any other concerns, comments, questions?
Nope. Bye.
Very well, you are dismissed. Okay, well, I'm going to go for my nightly constitutional and then we'll reconvene in the morning, unless anyone else has something to say.
Nope.
Awesome. I give the okay sign just to reinforce what it means.
I give him a thumbs up.
I just glare.
That's what you always do.
Exactly.
Well, I'm gonna walk about the ship for a bit, check on Rose, who's still sleeping for some reason, I see, and then return to my quarters.
Sleeping she be.
Once the captain goes below deck, I'm going to come up to my usual spot where usually only I sleep. And then I'm going to go into the town. I'm going to jump off the boat and go into the town.
Perfect.
Lorelai is going to go to her room and she's going to summon Hydra again.
Do you have the materials for it?
Hail Hydra.
I was right, he died.
You do need 10 gold worth of herbs and stuff to summon him.
Damn.
So you can get that in the morning.
You could try the kitchen.
That's not... No.
Oh, not those types of herbs?
No.
Okay.
Alright, Ryoma.
Hey!
Unless someone tries to stop and spot him. Are you being stealthy?
I am. That's why I'm waiting for the one person that can see in the dark to go downstairs.
I
Give me
mean,
a
I
stealth
can
check.
probably still see whether I care or not.
Yeah, I don't think Vercon will actually care if I just jump off the boat by myself. But I am doing it stealthily.
You got
I'm gonna
12.
see. If I had.
Well,
if it
what's
was
your
big-
passive, Vercon?
Oh, passive 15.
You see him jump off the boat.
But it's 15 normally when he has not disadvantage.
He has a straight roll.
I get
Oh.
straight roll regardless
Interesting.
because
Okay.
I have the Eyes of the Eagle deal.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Sure,
you see him.
jump
You
off.
see him jump off the boat.
I shrug and walk away.
Okay. All right, you go to Northorn. All right, there's Northorn. You see some people just out and about, and you
I'm
see
surprised
him walking back.
I'm surprised there's so many people out at night. I'm gonna go see if they actually have a tavern. I kind of just want to walk around and see the city as a whole, and then just wander back to the ship.
Okay. Are you being stealthy about it?
No, I'm not trying to be like, oh no, I'm not supposed to be out. I'm just kind of walking.
So as you walk, you see the man that Balric confronted. Turn around. Good evening. How can I help you?
Good evening. My name is Ryoma, and what was your name again?
I am Mayor Jojo.
Nice to meet you, Jojo. I just wanted to take a stroll around your fine town.
Yes. You're more than welcome to.
Do you happen to have a tavern or something akin to that?
Our tavern is this building over here. Where you see looks like good old Steve Smith is going home for the evening from the tavern.
Hmm. If you don't mind me asking, my captain said that you don't normally receive that many ships.
And this is true.
Is that by choice, or?
A little bit of both. You see, when I was elected as official here, we dealt more with pirates, and we were affiliated with this guild, and I despised them for they wanted to work with us, but they still decided to raid us to get a rap for some of the lower rankings. So I broke apart from them, and then I told Basamia to shove it because I am not a religious man by any means.
Are you perchance talking about the pirate guild?
There's only one guild that I'm aware of, unless they've made more.
Well, hopefully we won't stay in your hair for too long. But
You're more than welcome to stay as long as you need.
if it does ease your trepidation, or I can't think of the right word. If it does, I'm sorry, I'm not from around here. Your language is a little bit different from where. Um, but if it would ease your thoughts, we're not too good with the Pirate Guild either.
Perfect. I'm not a fan of pirate guilds or mercenaries. Are you mercenaries?
Mm, mercenary is a strong word. We more just sail and go where the wind takes us. Boss and Mir had a corruption issue, and we helped handle that. But no, we haven't done any necessarily mercenary either.
So you're the ones that caused the uproar in Basamir.
If you're talking about the giant horse with the laser, that wasn't us. But if you're talking about the person / group that took down the dick demon, that was us.
I'm not going to question your vulgar terms for demonic beings.
Well, you should have seen him. You'd call him the same thing.
Instead, I propose for you to come into my office. Maybe you're just the person I need to look for. Come in.
Sure, I guess. Oh
So
god.
as you go in, you see a very nice, very elegant house, considering that a lot of the town is very simple. Looks like a little small village. They
Mhm.
just happen to have a dock, and the dock and the pier isn't that big. It literally fit just your boat. So you go inside, and there's this giant table, and then you see the map of this side of the world on behind it, and you see a giant chair, and you see another door to your left that looks like it's locked. Forgive me, my father is in there sleeping. I'm taking care of him. He's deathly ill. So if you hear any groaning from in there, just know that that is why.
Don't worry about it. Family is very important.
Good, please have a seat. I can possibly discuss something for a business proposal then.
Sure. I don't know how available we are, but maybe if it's something that we can handle quickly. But maybe I should hear you out before I jump to conclusion.
That would be great. Would you like a drink?
Um, do you have some refined alcohol like wine or sake
I
or
love red wine.
I'm not a huge fan of the stuff like grog and ale. Kind of has a
Repulsive.
yeah.
You see him pull out 2 bottles and 2 cups. He takes one of the cups and fills it with one bottle, and then he uncorks another one and fills it, and he hands you one of the glasses, and then he sits down and he takes a drink of his.
I do that typical snobby thing where you like swirl it around a little bit and sniff it first before you take a sip.
Smells like very, very fine aged wine.
Hmm.
That has been in the basement of this establishment for the past 250 years. I hope it's to your liking.
It has a very fragrant aroma.
Yeah, so I only bust it out on special occasions.
Well, what makes this occasion so special?
Well, for one, you dealt with the idiots up in Boston Mia, so I want to thank you.
Well, that's not a problem. They kidnapped one of our friends, so we were obligated to help them, friends and family.
I despised Hood and the man he worked for. So, I have a proposition for you, since you seem to be skilled when it comes to dealing with major trouble.
And what would that be?
Children in this town are going missing at night. A lot of the people you see out and about are actually gods in disguise. Only during the night. During the day, people walk around doing normal people things. It seems that this thing only strikes at night.
Interesting. Have you found any clues of what might be doing it?
We have found dried up bodies at once, and then we have found other parts where they're just limbs of children. I can take you to the most recent death site.
Well,
It's quite repulsive.
I think that is something that me and my friends would be interested in helping with. But I'm not the most astute observer in our party, potentially.
That is fair.
So it maybe let me relay this with my group, and maybe we can come back and take a look at that. I guess you would call it a crime scene.
I am very busy during the day. It's nigh impossible to deal with it, to not deal, poor choice in word, to get a moment of my time.
Well, if you could show me where it is tonight, maybe we could just stop by there tomorrow.
Of course, come with me.
Sure.
And he finishes his drink before he puts the glass up on the table and
I do
turns
the
and
same.
walks out the door. So you are guided over here.
Mm-hmm.
And he gestures, and you can see with the torch that he lights that there is a little bit of red blood scattered about around in this little area. We lost a child here last night.
Can I do something to see if there's maybe any sort of tracks or signs of what might have did this?
Sure, roll me a survival.
Yeah. Not the best at this, but we'll see. 15.
You can see child footprints where it looks like they're like they're leading this way up to this area, and then when they get about right here, it looks like they are like scurrying around like in a circle, like they're spinning, and then you don't see any other tracks.
Hmm. If I look in this corner where, does it look like maybe something was hiding here?
You do see a not where you could fit, but maybe someone like Smeed could get in and out.
Hmm. So it's like a good hiding spot to like drop in on a kid.
Correct. Or like
Okay.
a kid could crawl through.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I will definitely grab my friends. If you could you please maybe alert some of the townspeople so that they know that we're investigating this? I'd hate to kind of cause some rising suspicions by.
During the day, all I ask is if you do it during daylight hours that you do as you were. People are going to be in and out of town doing things and trying to buy and sell things to our shopkeep. This is his shop right here. And during the night, when I am more free, I will be there after sunset, it seems, normally after dinner. I can come out and help you with any questions.
Sounds good.
If
Well,
need be, with this thing in Basami, I may have to leave in a few days to go up there and see if I can negotiate with if there's someone new in charge to get better terms and conditions for our town to have some supplies besides our little farming and what we can buy and vendor here with our merchant.
there is definitely somebody new in charge. So hopefully that goes well and it's fruitful.
Do you know the name?
I actually do. Their name is Ace.
An interesting choice of a name.
Yeah.
And forgive me, I don't have your name.
I'm sorry. I told you earlier, but it must have fallen on deaf ears. My name is Ryoma.
Ryoma. I will definitely remember that next time.
Well, I should probably get going and make sure that my crew doesn't miss me. I kind of snuck off the boat.
I understand. Have a good evening.
You too. And I'll go back to the boat.
He will follow you, but he
Maybe-
will obviously turn and go to his own building.
Yep.
Sibian's on the top deck, just chilling out.
Yep. I will not sneak going back on.
Okay.
You have a nice walk.
You could call it that. Apparently, there are children that are disappearing at night.
Hmm. And you have learned this how?
I talked to the mayor. I'm not sure I completely trust him yet. Don't really trust most people in position of power. But I don't think that he did this. I think that he's just a man in power.
It is strange. Why did he tell you of this?
Well, he said that since a lot of children have gone missing, they've been posting guards out at night, and he was hoping that he could get us to help eradicate whatever is hunting these children, for lack of a better word.
Hmm. So he means to hire us to remove the city of its issues.
Sure, and I figured since it involves children, most of the people on board wouldn't mind helping.
I like this option. It gives us an opportunity to make allies, so long as it's true.
Well, he showed me one of these scenes where one of the children was attacked. Maybe it'll be easier to observe it during the day. The only thing I kind of saw were the tracks of the child leading up to the scene, as well as potentially a place that whatever attacked it might have hidden. Maybe during the day, somebody with better nature skills than I will be able to see what actually transpired.
Do you not have the capability to see well in the dark, Ryoma?
Uh, hmm. Well, I can actually see okay in the dark, but even so, during nighttime, everything's still in shades of black, gray, and white.
Ah,
During the day, it's still helpful to see in color.
so you do have night eyes.
Yeah, I guess you could call them that.
It's a term I've heard here on the surface.
Yeah, I have a certain level of dark vision, if you could call it that.
There isn't really much of a word for it in the sea, consider it's simply whether or not you're a deep dweller or not.
Mm. Well, I don't think it would matter if I tell you, but typically half elves are hated on the surface. But
I have heard it is believed that they had caused, or at least had something to do with the war against the dragons.
yeah, so
A history I was required to learn in order to come to the surface.
yeah, so the thing is that I am a half elf, but my parents ended up mutilating my ears so that I would appear human.
What you are means nothing to me.
I kind of figured.
It is who you are that truly matters. And your actions, well, you have not given me any reason to have any distrust of you.
Well, the only reason I'm telling you is because I feel like you're probably one of the people that cares the least. Probably next to Vercon. He probably doesn't care either.
I think the only thing he does care about is what he can, invent during his time away from our little adventures.
Yeah, that does seem what what he cares most about.
So,
Y'all think I'm so shallow.
you said that the mayor only is available for these audiences at night, but he's
Well,
swamped with work during the day.
yes.
Does he not sleep?
Well, I assume he finds time, or if not, there are many things that don't need to sleep, or sleep less. Although most of them are slightly unnatural.
Slightly.
Yeah.
Slightly.
Slightly. But yeah, I figure, based on my observations, I don't think that he's necessarily the culprit that's causing it. Otherwise,
Still
because
a person to be wary of.
I think that's true of all people in power. But in this particular case, I feel like he's better to have as an ally. So,
In our current circumstance, anyone is good to have as an ally. Considering
yeah.
we have very few.
Tomorrow after, should definitely stop by the crime scene to take a look.
I agree. We should get our shopping done as quickly as possible, so that way any supplies we might need for the purpose of combat are already readily available to us before we begin investigation, on the unfortunate chance that such an investigation garners unwanted attention.
Yeah, as long as we don't skulk around at night, I don't think that'll be a huge issue. Whatever is attacking seems to be kind of confined to nighttime.
Interesting.
Mm.
We may have to consider laying a trap of some kind if that is the case.
Dress Vercon up as a little child and have him run through the streets.
Wow.
Either he will hate us for this idea, or he will love us for this idea. I can't tell which with him.
Pretty sure it's probably the first.
If that happens to be the case, well, there are some alternatives. We'll see what we can come up with.
Yeah, maybe we can talk about it once everybody's awake.
At this point, I will return from my walk about the ship.
It's lovely how y'all assumed I just wasn't hanging around.
You heard everything you said.
Yeah, we don't see him. I'm sorry, but Sivian can't see you because he's racist against land folk. And me, I'm just not that observant.
No. He's pulling a page from Throwfire. Did you check your corners?
No.
Not,
Did you check
not
the
that
mask?
observant. Not that observant, says the person proficient in perception.
Yeah, I'm the most observant person on the ship. I still don't consider myself observant.
Mm-hmm.
But
So if you're all the way up in the mast, how can you hear us? That's like
no, look towards the mast. You do realize that the mast involves the entirety of it, not just the top.
Oh, I thought you said you were on.
I didn't say I was on the top sales.
Okay.
I have flying
misheard.
boots. And I did try to make a comment, though it seems like you didn't hear. The comment was, "Wow, you must all think I'm so shallow, don't you?"
I heard it.
I thought that was out of I thought that was like.
Yeah, I thought that was partially out of character. My bad.
No, I don't speak out of
Gentlemen.
character like this. Much.
Well, I understand why you're up here, or at least not asleep, Vercon, and I can tell why Rioma's not asleep. What are you doing, Graves?
I just returned from my nightly constitutional. I had a walk about the ship, checked on Rose, and then I had an idea. So I came back up top.
I'm concerned. What? Why would you come back up top with an idea?
We can talk about it later. It seems Lorelei is currently unavailable. Rioma, what have...
Well, no. We're going to back up. What do you need my daughter with this idea of yours?
Oh, calm down. Just going to give her some rapier lessons.
In the middle of the night?
Why not?
Let the poor girl rest.
Anyway.
Besides, she's my charge, and I'm currently teaching her.
Passing by. How to fall on ground? Real good.
To be fair, Crown, knowing how to fall is a very valuable skill.
To be defeated.
Not in 5th edition, they removed that.
And how did you fare against the giant kraken, Crown?
Pulls out a giant, suction cup. Got food for 2 weeks.
I don't know what you guys were talking about. You guys were, fighting its fingers. I went down to fight the actual creature.
Anyway, I believe I came in midstream of a conversation. Rioma, what have you found?
Well, I went off ship.
As I might have expected.
Yeah. So, apparently, there have been...
He's not remotely fazed by this, by the way. He just expects this from you now.
I don't know why. I've only done this once.
I'm pretty sure you've done this 3 times.
I jump off the ship a lot, but this is the first time I've kind of been caught. But yeah, so when I went off the ship, I met with the mayor, and it appears that children are going missing during the night. I went with him to take a look at one of the scenes, and I couldn't gather too much information beyond perhaps the child walking to that scene and perhaps a hiding spot that potentially a small creature could have fit in. Something maybe about the size of Sneed.
Perhaps more eyes will reveal more in the morning.
It's probably easier to see the details during the day as well.
Children are going missing. How many?
Well, I didn't get an exact number.
Did he say how long it's been happening?
He said it's been happening for a while. They started posting hidden guards outside. The people that are dressed normally but are walking around are actually guards in disguise.
That's clever.
Yeah, but it still doesn't stop the fact that it's still happening.
Is it only children missing?
From what he said, yes.
Well, all the same, we mustn't take any chances. I'll instruct the crew to go out in pairs or groups of 3 if they're out during the night.
Well, as long as they're children, they probably don't have to worry.
That we know of. But also, if they're in groups, if they see something, they'll be more able to do something about it.
You do realize how useless most of our crew is, right?
I'm being
you're,
optimistic.
you're being so optimistic, you're almost delirious.
Captain must have a modicum of faith in his crew. But, for the sake of safety, I think it's a reasonable thing.
And for that, I suggest larger groups, so that way, should they get caught in some unnecessary conflict, at least one of them can come back for reinforcements.
Hmm.
I will say, given the scene that I saw and the gruesome description of some of the other scenes that he told me about, and after seeing the training that, or the current state of training for most of our crew, I'm afraid that if our crew got caught out at night with whatever is eating these children, they would probably die.
I'll see to it that they are properly warned to keep their wits about them, if nothing else. But yes, this is well worth investigating.
Yeah, I figured making an ally isn't a bad idea, and Sivian seems to be of the same mind, so...
Oh, yeah, that's important too. But also, children are being...
That too, yeah.
I will not stand for it.
They already have a few ideas as to how we can capture our prey. However, I would prefer to ensure that these options are actually worth considering after investigating the scene and get a better idea of what we might be getting ourselves into.
Well,
Also, the wine that he had was really good.
Great.
noted.
Beyond that particular item that you required my assistance with testing, and your own magical capabilities of mutating yourself into, for the purpose of swimming, do you have any other magic that allows you to change form, or even if not yourself, others?
Hang on a second. The short answer is yes. I can use magic to change my appearance.
How about others?
Without using, the thing.
Good. Preferably without using the thing. But what about doing the same to others?
That is trickier and currently beyond my ability.
Understood. So, unless any other opportunities arise, you may or may not become our bait.
Oh, this is interesting.
And if something happens, I'll just become interim captain until Rose picks up.
I have no qualms with this.
I guess he would be next on the list. Hey, are children considered medium-sized? Because I think I know where he's going with this.
Children are considered small, which is why I didn't bother bringing Rose into it. Even if she were conscious, she could not, shape change to be a child.
Yeah, well, I can change my appearance, but I cannot change my size. So, because I
You
use the alter self spell, and it says you have to basically you cannot change your
What about
creature
disguise self?
size. So I
Well-
don't have. I have alter self.
Oh, you don't have disguise self?
No.
Alter self is better. But you can change your height and weight. You just go to the bottom of what's possible for medium. Be like
Yes.
a big child.
Just 4 feet tall.
Yeah.
That's not that bad.
Yeah,
Okay.
dwarves are medium and they're like 4 feet tall.
Four to
So
yeah,
Okay.
their smallest is 4.
Okay. Cool.
Nice. Anyway, the rest of you should probably get some rest.
I'm already on it. As you see,
I-
I'm laying on the deck.
I need to reset after being unconscious for 4.5 days.
No hammock or anything?
Well, I have a little bag with all my stuff in it that I'm using as a pillow.
Alright. Well, whatever works for you. Alright. Well, before I turn in for the night, I'm going to stop by Mr. Sneed and let him know that there's foul play about, and about the disappearances and such, and to tell the crew when they leave to keep
Be
their wits
careful.
about them if they're out at night.
He salutes you. I got it.
Excellent.
Mhm.
Sounds like information a responsible captain would gather.
Yeah, I was going to gather information.
Anything else?
Nope, that's everything. I've tossed some shade at Graves. I'm good.
As usual. Alright, well, if no one's doing anything, who's on the top deck besides Brock?
Me.
Oh?
It will
Sabian
be a
probably
few
would've-
hours.
Huh?
It'll be a few hours since the conversation.
Verkon says screw your sleep. You don't like things here.
Okay. Give me your Constitution saving throw then if you're going to stay up all night, boy.
Hells yeah, I make it.
Perfect. Give me a perception check.
Yeah, I was gonna say Sabian was gonna stay on top deck for a few hours before going below.
Okay, well, this will be like 4 hours, so if you're going to be up there, I need a perception check.
Sure, why not?
19.
16, surprisingly.
Do you have you have disadvantage?
Nighttime, you'd have this.
Um,
So you'd have the 10. Unless you have something that gives advantage.
dark vision doesn't.
Dark vision does not stop disadvantage on night-based perception check.
Yeah, and the reason it doesn't is because at nighttime you see in black and white.
Oh, right, because it's considered dim light while in darkness.
hmm
Right.
What'd you get?
So 10 with
Okay.
that then.
Burkon!
Realma didn't. Realma, where's your
Right.
perception?
He's
I'm asleep.
Oh,
So whatever his passive is, -5.
Oh, which is still higher than Sivian's.
I already looked at your passive, so I knew.
anyway,
So-
so yes.
Verkon. You hear like some skittering about underneath the floor, like on the second, the croup or the crew sleep. You hear skittering about. Like pitter patter of feet.
Like, under or on the sides?
Like under you. Like how you're on the top deck, below deck, you hear pitter patter of feet.
Sivian, below decks, now. Verkon moves.
He walks past Ryoma, poking him in the side with his with the blunt end, the shaft of his glaive as he walks downstairs.
Mm. What do you need?
Follow.
I guess I will follow them groggily.
You.
You.
What's the order of who's going down first?
Well, sounds like
Going
Burkon,
first.
Civi, and Ryoma.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you follow the pitter patter, you see a small thing, like a small person, dashing from room to room, frantically looking. But it's kind of hard because there's not a lot of light to make out who it is.
I run over and I run to them.
You see a green-skinned little boy in raggedy clothes looking at you frantically.
Oh, some bitch. Here we go again. Considering at this point we don't really need light to be able to see who they are because of the dark vision.
It's not
is
shallow
it him?
Graves.
No,
Green skin.
it is.
Oh, it is?
It's just fucking shallow. I knew it.
God damn it.
God damn it. I thought you were dead.
I thought I was too. Where's Graves?
Sleeping.
Can you go get him?
First off, let's make sense of what's going on right now. Because last time we saw you, you had tackled your so-called father, who actually happened to be part of you, fell into a drain and became mud. Then your mud was found on the old ship, and, well, it was weird and magical, and I didn't like it. And Vercon couldn't figure anything out of it. I tried fixing it, like I fixed you last time, but it didn't work. So, where's the big guy?
I don't know.
Because if you're
I woke up here like 10 minutes ago.
Where did you wake up?
Points over to Lorelei's room. Over there. I woke up under a bed.
he immediately goes to Lorelei's room.
She be asleeping.
He's gonna check the entire room.
Give me an investigation.
He's good at these.
Fuck you.
Told you.
What'd you roll?
Oh. 15.
You search high and low with. Are you trying to wake her?
Am I trying to what?
Wake her?
I will give her like a gentle nudge before beginning the investigation. Yes.
What, Father, what's going on?
I need to check your room.
Why?
I'll explain in a moment after I've checked your room.
She's
He
gonna
needs to
sit
see
up.
if you're doing drugs.
What? She's going to just sit up and look at Ryoma very confused, very tiredly.
You heard me.
All right, and so the results are.
You search high and low, and you don't find anything out of the ordinary.
Okay, I can't find like an origin like underneath the bed, like a container or something that supposedly had the mud or whatever.
Nope.
Can I know what's going on now?
Who's that?
She's new.
Who are you?
I'm shallow.
I'm
He-
Lorelei.
He technically has
Hi.
seniority over you in the crew.
Lorelei just waves back. She's very tired.
She's not even part of the crew, y'all.
Well, it's questionable. He was the charge that we used to scout in the city, so we did use him
I'm talking
as a
about
part of our
Lorelei.
crew. Oh,
I-
that's true. She isn't part of the, which does mean he's higher on the crew list.
Where's Graves?
Again, he's sleeping.
What do you need's brother?
Lorelei, he is. Graves bought him out of a criminal sentence.
You know, when you say it
How
like
would
that.
She's gonna look at Chow. How about I just take you to his room?
Please.
Wait a moment.
She's just get out of bed.
No, Lorelei, a
I
moment.
Shallow.
He's not a lot technically.
Okay.
There's weird things about it. He's not an orc. talk, child.
Okay.
He's a golem.
Okay.
Well, that's just
And
rude.
Shallow.
it is truth. And
What?
your supposed father merged with you and is currently nowhere to be found. It is a very dangerous golem at that.
Can you control your mud powers?
I can't do anything with my mud. I tried. I can't even like slip through cracks anymore.
Okay. But I'm saying you should work on it a little bit. Then when Graves is sleeping, we can give him a mud mustache.
Okay.
Okay.
She's gonna just like go. Come on, follow me. I'll take you to where.
Burkon is already at the door, rapping on the door. Graves, there is rapping at your door.
Okay. I get up. And I crack the door open. Yes.
Downstairs,
Hello?
you need to see this.
Oh, Vercon. Oh,
Go below deck.
all right. Just a moment. I will hastily throw on some clothes.
Do you sleep naked?
No, but I don't wear my full getup. Like you expect me to sleep in my coat and my boots and my.
No,
Anyway.
but I also don't expect you to come downstairs fully dressed.
I make myself somewhat presentable, so I'm not just walking around in my PJs.
Okay, so we wait like 5 or 10 minutes for Graves to show up.
It doesn't take that long.
He's got to put on his makeup and do his hair.
I'm not gonna go through all
Cannot
that.
tell me that Graves does not wear guy liner.
He does.
Yeah, that's a reasonable assumption. But since it's the dead of night and he's in a hurry, skipping all that, I'm literally just putting on some regular clothes. Alright. And then I follow Vercon downstairs.
Okay. You go downstairs.
Brother,
What's all the... Yes, Lorelai?
look.
She calls me brother now.
I don't know why.
And she's gonna do the arm motion to Shallow. He wants to see you.
Okay,
Hi,
so
Grace.
for a moment, he looks stunned, like he's just been beamed in the head with a baseball. And he slowly approaches. And he attempts to hug him.
You give him a hug, and he hugs you back.
Just don't toss a cup of water on.
Look, you.
What?
Don't. We're having a moment.
Lorelai, he's a golem, and he is susceptible to be damaged by water.
How did you get here? How long have you been on the ship? Where did you come from?
Am I allowed to observe Shallow?
I mean, we're all there watching him.
True.
What, are you going to try to clone him?
No, I'm just trying to see if I can see any discernible features to show him as a golem, because, well...
Oh, okay.
It looks like a child.
Right? You would never expect him to be anything else. Anyway. But yes, I'm... Graves is frantically, in a kind of confused state. This is great and amazing, but also how?
I am mostly concerned with his other half.
Didn't we make peace with him?
We did.
Out of character. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I mean, did we really?
Yes.
we did.
Yes, he
I
was.
know
The mask was
No, I
given.
don't think we really did, because the last time we saw him, he was trying to kill Graves, and
No.
No,
The last time we saw him was below the city in the sewers when we talked to him.
Yeah,
And
that's
gave
where I got the mask from.
Yeah.
Remember?
oh, Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So then what we found is that giant mass of mud in the old ship was actually just shallow the whole time.
We don't know that.
separated?
We
We
don't
don't-
know what that
We're
was.
not sure.
That actually started to leave the ship, if people remember, and that
Yeah.
attacked Graves. And then later, after it left the ship, is when we found the other under the city and the mask and all that
Oh.
deal.
Oh
Yes.
yeah. Okay, I remember now. Okay, now it's coming back to me.
And
It's
this is
been a while.
coming from the guy who hasn't watched any of the recordings.
I
Neither have
haven't
I.
watched any of them either.
I think the only one who actually does is Jake.
I mean,
True.
you have to listen through parts to cut out where you know things need to cut out for a while.
True, but still. Anyway.
Yeah.
Then Simeon will just have like that random light bulb moment. Wait a minute, the thing. Graves, the thing. Didn't he give you the thing?
The mask?
Oh. Okay, I guess my concerns are unfounded.
Graves.
So how did you get... Yes, Rihanna.
Now that this is all coming to me, have you ever tried to put on the mask and become a child?
That
I
would
have
be a
not.
horrible idea.
It'd be a great idea. Just immediately restore his memories.
Yeah.
That's a waste of resources.
We can
Besides, I
we
have
can
a better
debate that
plan
later.
now.
You, where did you come from? How did you get here?
I
Where
woke
did you
up
go?
about 10 minutes ago. I literally just woke up 10 minutes ago under her bed. She was snoring, mumbling in her sleep, so I scooted out. Thought I woke her up because she rolled over and her head like looked right at me. And then she rolled back over, so I snuck out of the room.
She did again, though.
What?
What happened before that?
I don't remember. I just remember. And he like ponders. Like he's trying to recollect something. I don't remember. I just
You
remember you. And you guys.
Well, all the same. I'm glad you're here.
So there does come the question, considering the appearance and what was said about not being able to use the mud and all that, the question is, are you still a golem?
He shrugs. I don't know.
There's one way to test, but I do not wish to do so.
Detect magic? Do any of you guys know detect magic?
I can.
Okay. Well,
No,
try
I
detect magic.
As I believe such a thing was done before. I will try again
Yes.
Yes.
I would rather we take the 10 minutes, unless you plan to go to sleep tonight, then feel free to use it.
I wish I could say yes, but I've been out for 4 days.
Well, if you don't want to go to sleep, I have a way to check to see if he is a golem.
I have 10. Just give
how?
me 10 minutes and I can look.
Oh, okay. Go on.
So 10 minutes to ritually cast the detect magic.
My way was much less gentle. I was going to lick my finger and poke him.
What?
So you cast detect magic, but there is no magic on this person.
Yes.
Well, congratulations! You're no longer a golem. At least as far as I can tell.
I lick my finger and I poke him.
You poke a forehead. Stop it! And you bat your hand away.
What was that, Ryoma?
Well, just double checking, because golems don't like the wetness.
Water. Your
Yeah.
mouth is not made of water.
No, but my saliva has water in it.
All this logic.
Don't believe that is how that works.
Well, technically, no water is pure water. There are contaminants in all water. So technically, if his weakness is only water by itself, then he's not weak to any water because water always has other stuff in it.
I don't mean to interrupt this alchemy symposium, but I think that it's pretty well proven he's no longer a golem.
I would feign on the side of caution, to be sure.
In any case, he is back, and I am perfectly satisfied with that.
Shallow,
Yeah.
do you wish to ensure whether or not this test is complete as to whether or not you truly are alive or still a golem?
Does it matter?
For your
Not really.
protection, yes.
He kind of shrugs. I guess you gotta do what you gotta do.
Well, if
What
you're still
exactly-
a golem, then only I have the capability of rendering aid to you, and the need to prevent you from getting wet from the sea or other sources becomes of great priority for Graves' sake. But if you are no longer a golem, then the others do have the capability to render aid to you, and the need to keep you away from water sources is not a concern.
I'm pretty sure a heal spell would work on me.
Well, to be sure. Ryoma, as you are the quickest. Actually, someone just grab a water skin.
I will grab a water skin because I literally just go to sleep with everything on me and I'll squirt it at him. Squirt.
You squirt at him and he like brushes the water off his face and he looks normal. That's rude. Could have got my hand.
All right. My concerns are alleviated.
I told you, he is a real boy.
Where is he gonna stay?
That is the
Well, he's
Most
your
important question
cabin
at the moment.
boy.
I mean, I have a second bed in my room, but I'm not sure how comfortable he would be with that.
Hey, that's Verkon's bed.
Vercon doesn't sleep in my room.
Does Verkon sleep at all? Come to
He-
think of it.
I think I once saw Vercon curl up next to his forge. I think that's where he sleeps.
Well, it would be warm.
Verkon, do you sleep?
Everyone needs sleep. Just how much is a question of the person.
Okay.
At least everyone needs something other to like sleep.
Mm.
Well,
It'd be nice if I didn't need any. I could make more.
I don't know. You could try becoming a dampier, I suppose. If that bed is available, of course, Shallow is welcome to it. But if not, then we will find you other accommodation. Maybe I'll put up a hammock or something. Is anyone using that bed in Lorelei's room?
No.
No.
Yeah, Vercon
Vercon-
has
That was
officially never actually stated
Yeah.
he's going to sleep in there except for like once.
Alright.
Every other time I've said I've slept, but I never said where.
Sure. All right. Well, Vercon, do you actually intend to use that bed, or
Have you seen the bedroll by my forge? Oh wait, that's right. No one goes in there while I'm asleep.
I don't think anyone goes in there at all.
Some people.
As it should be.
Yes, because they mess with my forge, they get a hammer upside the head.
Well,
That was
and-
almost you a couple weeks ago.
All right. Well, I thought I was a blacksmith. Anyway, very well. If you are willing, then Shallow can have the bed in Lorelei's room.
who's willing?
Vercon, because it was technically his bed.
It's a seed. I got my mat.
Okay, then. It is settled.
Eee.
Well, and then lots of you might as well see yourselves back to sleep. Morning will be coming soon enough.
Lorelai's gonna just yawn and go back to the room.
I'm gonna go back above deck.
Yep.
Shallow
Good
looks
to
at
have you back,
Sivian. You're gonna stay up all night?
I've been sleeping for the last 4 days, unfortunately.
But you're gonna screw up your sleep schedule to be a night person?
No, I don't want to be a night person.
So shouldn't you go to bed too then?
I'll try, but I can't say how well I'll be able to sleep.
Okay, he gives you a hug. I'm glad I'm back.
You pass him on the head.
And then he scampers off. All right. It's the next morning. You can sleep peacefully through the night.
Woo!
Oh. Great.
We only had to deal with a lost child.
When Graves wakes up in the morning, he goes over to his desk, and I'm not sure if this will work, but it's worth a try. And he takes out a sheet of paper, and he scrawls on a message on it that says, "Morrigan, did you have something to do with this?" And then he is unsure what to do next. So he, remembering that Rose does that thing whenever she tries to contact her, he decides to just light it on fire and see what happens.
Okay. You light it on fire. It burns away. You get a message appearing
Appearing in my what?
in your hand.
Oh, that was surprisingly quick. Okay. What does it say as I read it?
It says, "Oh, you're going to love them. I'm pretty sure we're having twins."
I'm sorry, what? That is not at all what I asked.
Well, I mean, she is answering your first letter. Maybe you gotta wait another day.
That's fair.
Possible. You didn't exactly specify.
That is also true. I will follow up. Wait, twins? Question mark? Exclamation point. Also,
This would be
in
great.
case it wasn't clear what I meant before, Shallow has returned, and then I send that.
All right, so as you fold it, it poofs away.
Okay. All right. There we go.
Yeah.
All right, so it is morning time, and you see Shallow walking about on top deck, eating some food.
Good morning, kiddo. How are you feeling?
I feel great. I feel like I slept a really long time.
Well, I guess that's technically true. I suppose that's right. You weren't here for the conversation. We are docked in a different town than the one that you may or may not remember.
Yeah, Northhorn.
Oh, do you know it?
No.
Okay. Well, apparently, I don't want to scare you, but apparently children have been going missing at night here. So, I think it's best if you stay on the ship at night and probably shouldn't be out by yourself.
Okay.
Good. Where's everyone else?
As soon as Lorelai gets up and gets ready, currently it looks like she's leaving the ship to go into town.
By herself?
Yes.
Lorelai, where?
Vivian coming upstairs. Has
Where
anyone
are you
seen
going?
Lorelai? I checked her and I can't find her.
What?
Where are you
I'm not,
going, child?
I'm not going to snitch on
In-
you, but you better come up with something fast.
I'm going to town!
By yourself.
That's a choice.
Yes?
I'm going
No.
with her, actually.
What? I just need some herbs.
Well, just
I'm
to be
going
completely
with-
fair with you guys, we did not tell her about what's going on in town, so
What is going on?
That
We
is
can-
irrelevant. Lorelai, dear, do you remember the dangers that I told you that you and I are faced with because of who and what we are? And that I told you that it was my duty to protect you at all costs, yes? Please do not go out to unfamiliar places, especially without me.
Yes, Father.
I can't protect you otherwise.
Yes, sir. I understand.
I have to hold it back. With how you roll, you can't protect her either way.
It's just rude. That's just fucking rude.
I'm sorry, I can't hold it back sometimes.
Just no chill whatsoever.
Ryomo was the bard.
Anyway, as I was saying, I will go with her.
Okay.
And I too am going. I already require supplies anyway.
Yeah, like someone needs to order us a ballista if they have one.
If not, Vercon, maybe you could put up what you would need to create a new ballista, supplies wise.
Timber and metal.
That-
I
will
actually
leave
will
those
have.
orders to you, Graves, as it is your commands to purchase supplies for your ship.
Say that again. It didn't quite come through.
I will leave the purchase of the supplies for the ship itself to you.
Certainly. Oh, hold on a second. Trying to remember. Did we designate someone who keeps the ship supply ledger? I think we did. I thought we had.
I don't know.
It would be on the crew list if we
It
did.
would be on the crew list. I'll check the crew list so I can see who has the ledger.
I hope that we gave it to some random NPC. That way, Jake has to keep track of it.
It was D. Yeah, D Hui. D. I think that's how you pronounce it. D Hui. D Hua.
Tough way.
Wait, no, that's not right. He's not supposed to have.
No. D Hui.
Yeah, he's not supposed to have a job. His job is to look after.
No. That's Wei.
Oh, right. I remember what you're talking about now. Yeah, the barmaid lady. Yeah.
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 She keeps the ledger for the ship.
Which means it's Jake. Jake's job to keep track of the ledger.
Hi.
Or at least to inform us what we need. Yes. But anyway, I will consult Di Hui, the ledger keeper, before we go into town to see what all we need for the ship. And I will stop by Mr. Sneed to let him know that the crew is free to go ashore, but to remind them, of the dangers and to keep their wits about them. Try to travel in groups if they're out at night, etc., etc. Otherwise, they are free to go ashore.
Okay. You're gonna need 150 gold minimum to craft a ballista.
Okay.
And then it's 10 gold per arrow that your bolt that you want to fix. And then, food and stuff if you want to buy food. That is
Okay.
what Di Hui reports to you.
All right, good to know. As far as food, how do you want to handle that? Because it seems like keeping track of food for like an 80-person crew will get a bit.
Say 20 gold will cover a month for every person and every shift.
And
Okay.
part of the ways to avoid having to deal with that is having people haul up fish from the ocean, or having hunting crews when you make landfall if it's an uncharted area or an area allowing land hunting. I mean, bleh.
Or
Yeah,
we
that's-
get a magical thing that you put water in makes food.
I mean, if you
Or
can
that.
find one of those, sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think we'll probably have to make some kind of a logistics thing just to track all this stuff, like another handout like we have for the crew list and whatnot.
Or since, how he said he was only going to give us gold based on the idea that he would keep track of what's going to the crew. He could also just keep track of what's going towards food and stuff, so we don't have to keep track of it.
Yeah, because the idea would be like on a ship like this, like you would have a separate fund just for things for the ship.
I will cover the food stuff. But if you want to buy a ballista and the bolts, you're going to have to buy it, and then you can see if there's any
Yep.
special requests you want to do.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, reasonable.
I want to buy the mimic ship.
The what?
You heard him.
That's an interesting idea.
That'd be a terrible idea.
Depends on how friendly the mimic is.
It'd be a terrible idea.
I mean, if you can tame a mimic, that would be actually pretty awesome.
No, trust me, it'd be a terrible idea.
Anyways.
All right. Well,
So, you're coming with me?
looks like it.
Ah,
I should probably come to at least show you the site where the kid was brutally murdered.
Be a good idea.
Yes.
I will be accompanying you as well. Lord.
excuse me?
Oh, we
He's
still
gonna
haven't
look at
spoken.
Ryoma!
Oh, yeah,
Pardon?
so children are being brutally murdered by some night monster.
Why is it whenever there's something horrible happening, you're the one I hear it from?
Because I usually keep track of who has and hasn't heard things, and I like to say it in the worst way possible. That way that they're prepared for the worst.
Good to know. I want to go summon my friend back now.
Come on, Lord, let's go see the shop.
I
Might as well see what this mess is.
Indeed.
Alright. You go.
Oh,
Okay, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Jason is watching Rose still, right?
You have down there, you have Jason, you have Crown, you have Tree, and Way.
Okay. I'll tell Shallow to stick with them since we don't know if it's safe for him in town right now.
Okay.
Also, Rose is sleeping, but if she wakes up, I'm sure she'll be glad to see you.
Rose. Rose. Rose?
Yeah, red hair, very pretty, about yay high.
I don't remember.
I'm sure it'll come back to you when you see her.
Okay.
But yes, I'm sure she'll be glad to see you. We'll be back after we've run errands and such.
Okay, have fun. Don't get eaten.
I'll do my best. Same to you, scamp.
Okay.
Alright. Into town we go.
Aye! Away, onto adventure.
What to do?
Alright, you guys go into town. Bo-do-do-do. There you go.
Better.
So which one's the shop?
It is this one, right? I can.
Alright.
And then
And where was the issues?
this is where the crime scene happened.
Oh, how convenient. It's the alley next to the shop.
Yeah.
You
And
see people walking out and about in town being very happy and stuff, and people actually going up to this little window right here, purchasing and buying and stuff.
Oh, hey, Rioma, there's two of you on the map.
I have a body double.
He moves so fast, he's leaving after images.
Yeah.
Not the anime trope.
Question: are there people moving in and out of said alley?
No.
So they're avoiding it?
No. It just seems like they're just not walking that way.
So investigating the area.
Investigating the area.
I will also
Alright.
investigate.
I, too, shall investigate for whatever it's worth.
Alright.
She's gonna look at the shop and heads towards it.
Okay.
Uh,
As you go there, you are greeted by a goblin who is wearing a simple flannel vest, and he has no arms, and he has very gray hair. Hello!
Greetings
like?
and salutations. I'm looking for one more time. I'm looking for some herbs and incense.
Why?
To summon a familiar.
You a magic user?
Yes.
Well, tickle my nose hairs and call me Albert. One moment. And he hops down, and you see him go to, behind, over here in this area, and he uses his toes, and he pulls out some stuff, and then he puts it in his mouth, and he hobbles up and spits them on there. Tangle.
All right. Here, and she hands him the gold.
Excellent.
Alrighty.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Also, is that alright if I ask a few questions?
Besides the one you just asked?
Yes.
Yes.
So, I have been hearing children have gone missing in the area. Is there anything you can tell me about that?
Don't leave him shut.
Alright, thank you anyway, though. And she'll leave with a wave.
He waves his foot.
Alrighty. Do the investigation! I'm gonna flash a genius myself for the only reason of it's a 21.
Okay.
25.
19. What'd you get, Sivian?
15.
Okay.
Okay. So, all of
Alright,
you can easily
sleuths.
tell that there is blood. And then, as Ryoma saw, a little hole that looks like a small child can go in and out of.
On which building was that?
This building, right over here.
So the shops.
Yes.
Let's split up, gang.
Well, the only person that can really investigate the hole would be Vercon.
Hmm.
Does
Alright.
Vercon want to investigate the hole is the question.
I got my trusty armor. Tink tink.
Well, I suppose while he's doing that, there's nothing more us larger folk can do, so I'm going to go resupply.
Hold on, we didn't examine the area for... Like, do we see anything else besides the hole?
Footmarks that look like this, they're spinning around here. Before, nothing.
Huh. How big are the footprints?
Like the size of a child.
Huh. Okay. Nothing else? No bloodstains? No...
I mean, you see the bloodstains scattered all about this little alleyway, but no.
Does it seem like any of the bloodstains go into the hole?
Not that you can tell.
And there's no other footprints besides those small ones near the hole?
Correct.
Okay. Well, clearly, this child was abducted by a flying creature. You know, unless anyone else has any other suggestion.
I mean, it could crawl on walls.
That's also a possibility.
There are magics that can hide your tracks and stuff. If something picked up the child and was using some magic like that, it could hide its presence and tracks.
Fair, if we are dealing with a creature of intelligence. Where's a witcher when you need one?
I don't know what that is, but I'm in sore need of supplies, so I'm going to see what the shop actually has while Verkon investigates its underbelly.
Yeah, I'll go look too.
And with that, Sabian starts walking into the shop.
You're walking into the shop, eh?
Yes.
Alright. So you open the door, and you see a dream catcher right there in front of it.
Well, that's...
And he looks over at you. Come in!
Also, before coming in, I'm assuming that I see Lorelai like coming out.
Well, she was at the window.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
Didn't go
okay.
in.
Yeah, she did. She went in and bought
She
stuff.
went through the window.
I did.
Oh, I didn't know it. Okay, that's not what I thought you meant by a window. Anyway, he points to the dream catcher. What is this ward?
The dream catcher. He narrows his eyes at you. What about it?
It's a warding that catches dreams.
Yes.
How does it work?
Magic. You're asking a lot of questions for a new guy.
I'm not.
Well, we don't
familiar-
know if we want one.
I'm not familiar with this type of warding.
What are the benefits? Do you sell them?
No.
No. That
Does
answers
it
that.
catch all dreams?
Only the bad ones.
Ah. Sort of
So
a
what-
dream protection warding. Hey, interesting.
So what do you sell here?
What do you need?
Well, preferably potions of healing.
To
No,
start
you're
with,
not
eh?
from around here. Okay.
No, we are travelers.
We're also interested in materials to rebuild one of the armaments on our ship that we lost in a recent battle.
What do you need?
What did Verkon say? Wood, metal, possibly some strong cords. I think 150 gold ought to cover it. If you have the materials, that is.
What do you need?
I just said,
Didn't he just give you a list?
He takes his foot and slams it on the table and pulls it down. And he uses his toes to, like, caress his cheek. Yeah, I got that stuff.
Excellent. Do you have the means to deliver it to our ship?
No.
Okay.
It'll be right there by the door. You'll have to carry it yourself.
Well,
And the
worth a shot.
The potions I'm gonna have to make. But I can do it.
Can you do them in bulk?
No.
Worth a shot.
How long? For how many?
2 days, 100 gold apiece for a basic health potion.
Is that less than the previous place? I think that's
It
less
is
than the previous place.
It is very much more.
No, because they charged us 150, didn't they?
Not for basic.
I'm asking that out of character. Didn't they charge us 150 in Boston Mere?
For not basics.
Yeah.
These are the basics.
But yeah, no, these are the basics, which are 2d4 plus 2. He's charging the ever-living shit out of us.
Oh, it is a small town. Hang on a second. Let me actually do some math on that right quick. How, off the top of your head, do you know how many that you would have preferred to buy?
Is a minimum of 6.
Okay. So, let's see.
But of
6.
greater quality.
Well, clearly he can't make those. Let's see.
Clearly,
6.
I'm not interested.
And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of us.
Well, while the captain is doing math.
I'm doing the math out of character. In character, I'm just looking around the shop.
Oh, well.
It's just a basic general store.
There doesn't seem to be much else of interest for me.
Okay.
Unless, of course, you have better stock that you prefer to keep out of open eyes.
Depending on what you want, I'm very limited to what my feet can do, but I can maybe craft it. It's just gonna cost you.
If I have to wait for it, chances are we won't be here that long, so no.
You don't know how long we'll be here. We weren't supposed to be in Boston Mere long, and we were there for what seemed like forever.
Do not curse us, Graves.
Is the reason you're charging so much for potions because you have to make them with your feet, and that's very difficult?
And resources like that are hard to come by here.
I told you it's a small town.
What if I let you borrow my arm?
No.
You tried.
I have gone most of 3 years now without my arms. I am fine.
I'm going to take it off and shake it in front of him.
That's just weird. Please stop that.
I'll put it back on.
Why are you guys coming to this piss-dunk, podunk town? Huh?
Well, it was nearby, and we needed to stop for supplies.
You couldn't go to Boston Mere.
We just came from there.
Ew, I'm sorry.
Hey, Jake.
Hmm.
Does he look like a children eater?
I don't know. How racist towards goblins are you?
What?
I'm just saying there's a small hole right outside his
you
shop.
see his picture, you tell me. He has no arms.
Is he a children eater, Jake?
Just just jump right to conclusions. All right.
I rolled a 26 insight.
He has done nothing to give you indication that he is eating children. You cannot deter if he is a child eater.
Okay.
Well, I think I have seen enough. Lorelai, let's go take a walk.
I will take an order for 2 of those potions though.
Okay, give me 4 days. I need 2 days each. And then
Okay.
the gold up front.
Sure. So I'm gonna give him the gold for the potions, and while I'm at it, I guess I'll give him the gold for the ballista materials.
Okay, give me like half a day. So come back after lunch and that stuff will be right there by the door.
Sure. All right, so that's a total of 350.
Mm-hmm. And watch the catcher on your way out.
Sure, of course. How tall is his doorway, by the way?
It's a medium person.
Okay.
Big enough.
I'll just duck a little bit on my way out. Alright. So after I do that, I'm gonna see if Vercon is investigating anything.
Would have been while you guys were in there. But
Yeah, what's Vergon doing?
Vercon's going in.
You're going in the hole!
Or at least he's poking his head in, seeing what he can see.
The
You
mystery hole.
You poke your head in, it is completely pitch black.
Dark
cannot see.
vision.
You cannot see.
Even with dark vision?
Magic, bro.
It is dark.
No moment. I gotta check stuff that I have because with how many different things exist with all these different characters, I lose track of what I have sometimes. Okay, I don't have any of those.
You don't have like any.
Oh no, I thought I might have pulled one on Jake and got one of the other weird items, but I didn't.
Do you have like a cantrip that produces light or something?
No.
Okay.
So
when
effectively, just wait and go poke your head in.
Me?
Yes.
Okay. Can I fit?
You're
Looks
just
pretty
poking
small.
your head.
That's a question for the DM. Can I fit?
You can put your head in. You're not gonna. You can squeeze through if you want to go all the way in.
I do not, but I will. I will look in the hole.
You see a workshop.
A workshop?
Yes, and it looks like mannequins.
Is it a tiny workshop?
It looks like it's the goblin's workshop. It's right under his shop. You see some like alchemy stuff, some like blacksmith stuff.
Okay then. I'll come. I will remove my head and be like, it looks like a workshop. I see alchemy supplies, mannequins. Probably belongs to the shopkeeper.
Yeah, but I have 2 problems with this.
Which are?
One, the only reason I can think of a hole like this would be for the smoke from the forge, which should have been redirected somewhere else, and 2, I can't see in there.
I have. Hmm. You can't see at all.
Nope.
Interesting.
Vivian, can you give me a perception check while you're out and about with your daughter?
Yeah, that's actually pretty much what he was planning on doing.
Okay, cool. You guys continue.
Okay. Well,
23. Do you want me to get one with for Lorelai as well?
Nope, just you.
Okay, even though she's with me.
Yep, I'm
Okay,
aware.
go on, you.
Yeah, anything else you two are doing in the hold?
okay, I have an idea. Since my rapier emits magical light, if I stand out here with it lit, we can see if that allows you to see inside. Want to give it a shot?
So you want to randomly draw a weapon and light it up in the middle of a town of people who are having disappearances nightly.
I mean, I could cover it with my coat a little bit so it doesn't draw too much attention.
You'd only draw more.
I guess that would look kind of shady.
We've already probably drawn some attention.
Fair enough.
So,
fair enough.
we'll leave it be. I'm gonna go look around these houses and see if there's anything I can notice that's off about them, like on the walls.
Okay.
Like he's
Give
actually
me-
going and looking at the wall specifically of every house.
All right, well, you do that. Sivian, you
Yes.
catch that you're being watched
By who?
by a drow with silver hair in an alleyway.
What alley?
We'll say, well, where are you guys walking right now?
We probably would have just been starting off by walking a circle around the main court area. What I was originally looking for was to kind of get an idea of like the actual children in town. Like,
Oh,
who's
there's
all that?
children playing all around town. Like children here, children over here.
Okay, so as if nothing were wrong with the fact that children are being stolen in the middle of the night.
Mm-hmm.
Is there an apple tree?
Yeah.
Okay. Then after
kinda
taking that
sus.
walk around the center, then it would have been like branching out a little bit.
In one of the alleyways, you see a silvered-haired drow with yellow eyes glaring at you.
Lorelai,
Yes?
I want you to be very much on guard and follow me, as there may be a chance we're going to be dealing with a possibility of a fight.
Understood. And her hand is going to be hovering slightly near her rapier.
Now, stay close by. And he'll lead him towards that alleyway.
When you get to the alleyway, nothing's there. Give me an investigation.
Father, what's wrong?
Someone was watching us here.
Who would be watching us?
I got a shit-tastic too.
Can only he make the investigation, or can I try?
You can give him the help action, and then
I
I will
will-
make him re-roll that.
I will give him the help action.
Re-roll. And you'll take the first one on the left.
Ooh, a 7.
Doing fancy.
It's
Hey.
a little better.
You see near a trash can a hand.
I walk around the side of the trash can.
And it looks a very feminine trash can, and it looks like its hand is closed and holding something.
I'm sorry. Well, no, hold the fuck up. Back up.
Very feminine trash can, yes.
A very feminine hand near the trash can.
Okay, that makes a whole lot more fucking sense.
Yeah, it's just a pink trash can.
Anyway,
It's a mimic.
so walking around the trash can.
There's just a hand on the ground.
All right, so walking around the trash can to the rest of said hand.
Okay.
What do I see?
The hand.
Is it like a severed hand, or?
It is a severed hand.
Oh God.
How fresh is it?
Pretty fresh.
Blood trail? Anything like that?
Nope, no blood trail.
Father,
Yes.
what is that?
Unfortunately, it's a part of someone.
Lorelai's looking a little green.
Keep your eyes peeled just in case there's someone about.
I understood.
I'm going to cast Detect Magic.
There is nothing magical about the hand.
Alright, I'm going to branch out to the area.
Nothing magical. Other than yourself, see items, and Lorelai's.
Other than what?
Yours and Lorelai's items.
Alright. In that case, I'm going to use the armor's ability to use in Divine Sensibility.
Okay. Nothing triggers.
I cannot sense anything around. No magic. And no otherworldly beings. I'm uncertain where to go beyond this. So for the time being, we will notify the others. He pulls a small sack out of his bag and bags the hand.
As you touch the hand, it opens.
Oh,
And it opens to a seashell
Oh,
that looks familiar.
a shell?
I pick up the seashell.
Looks like some of the seashells from back home that you remember from your childhood.
I'm going to examine in both, all sides of the seashell to see if there's like something hidden along it, message, whatever.
Not that you can tell.
It's a seashell?
Aye. It's a shell that can be found, yeah. Where I grew up at the bottom of the ocean.
What's it doing here? Isn't that far off?
Very. This is a sign or a warning. I do not know which. Either way, I do
Or
not care.
Or a threat?
Possibly. I continues bagging both the shell and the hand.
Okay.
Let's see if the others have found anything.
Ryoma, what are you doing?
Ah, yes. What am I doing? That is the question. We seem to be pretty focused on searching the town. I want to kind of go around the outskirts of the town and see if there's anything that might indicate that something's coming into town.
Okay.
Just
You're gonna
be,
have to give me a survival, and it will be considered for at least an hour minimum.
Sure.
just be careful on just how fast you're looking around the outskirts of the town. You don't want to run so fast around it that you create a tornado.
True. 18.
I'll get to you later.
Okay.
Michael,
Yes.
can't really tell any of the walls a hole similar to or any like indication of holes or anything. They all look pretty normal, sturdy, like not damaged walls.
Okay, so no marks or anything. Then he's... For convenience sake, he's gonna explore to the north, see if he sees anything towards the north.
Towards the north end, there's a giant apple tree and like a giant farm.
Apple tree's kind of sus.
He's just gonna look around, see if he sees any tracks from elsewhere that aren't, normal humanoids that are being seen.
Okay. Give me a investigation or survival.
Yeah, let's go. I click you roll. 21 investigation.
All the footprints that you can deter are humanoid, and then like the occasional like farm animal, like a mule or horse.
A mule, a horse, a dog, maybe a chicken that got loose.
Yep.
Okay.
Rioma,
Yes.
you can't find any footprints.
None?
None. Other than your own.
Interesting. So nobody even leaves the town?
Not that you can tell. I mean, the busy main road, when you get to the main road, it looks like there's a cart.
Hmm.
But those seem extremely old.
Weird.
At this point, Sivian, you can reconverse with them, the two of them at least.
Aye.
Alright, so we meet back up with Graves and Vercon in the alley. I'm assuming that at this point, Ryoma's off on his own doing whatever.
Rioma is doing Rioma things.
Neat.
So are they just like sticking their heads in a hole?
No.
We're done with that.
Okay.
Oh, Jig.
Green.
This guy over here, is he the town blacksmith?
Who?
With the... Huh?
Where?
This guy with the hammer and the glowing crowbar?
Yeah, we'll say he's a blacksmith.
Okay, great. I'll be over there shortly. But yeah, it looks like our investigation over here has reached a dead end. And Ryoma is off being Ryoma. We'll see if he turns up anything. What have you, Tube? Not much. The hole, it seems, leads to the Shopkeepers Workshop. Beyond that, it doesn't seem that we found anything of interest.
Nothing odd about the workshop itself.
Yeah, it seems like an ordinary workshop. I mean, the mannequins are a bit creepy, but aside from that...
Well, it seems the children of the city frolic and play as if nothing is going on.
Children can be very resilient, but I think it's almost better that way. It would be... I don't know. I'm not sorry that the town isn't completely blanketed in gloom. I'll just say that.
And a disturbing feeling that whoever it is we are hunting is not just for the gain of confidence and alliance with the city and its mayor, but someone on our list.
Oh, this should be interesting. What gives you that idea?
I have found a severed hand in an
Oh, that's very
alleyway.
dramatic.
In an alleyway not too far from here, and it is very fresh. What leads me to believe that this might be someone we are hunting of our own reasons is because I saw Zarek in my side view vision, and when I found, which led me to this amputation.
You saw Zarek, or something you thought was Zarek, and he left you a severed hand.
Either he left it for me, or he's giving me some vision to lead me to this. But whatever it is, it happened, I guess, either very early in the morning before everyone's waking hours, or even here in the light, considering how fresh it is.
Okay, well, did you notice anything about the hand?
I am meant for healing the wounded, not identifying the dead. Beyond that, I could not find any traces of magic upon the hand itself, or around the area, and I could see no tracks or blood stains beyond the hand itself. And
Does the hand...
sense any beings beyond those that are already here that might be posing of a threat.
Does the hand have any identifying marks?
None that I saw.
Well, let's see it.
Not here. This is not exactly the appropriate place.
Is there an appropriate place to see a severed hand?
Behind closed doors, away from prying eyes, especially those of children.
I would hesitate to call that appropriate, but fair.
It's as appropriate as you're going to get for you surface folk.
The point is, there is no appropriate place to see a severed hand. It's a severed hand.
He just shrugs like, I'm used to these sightings. It makes no difference to me, but I understand you surfacers find it queasy and cannot handle such sights.
It's not so much that, it's more just like, I don't know, it's, I can't explain it. It's just wrong. Even if it doesn't, like, physically make you ill, it's still wrong. Who just cuts people's hands off and leaves them about willy-nilly? What kind of...
Llamas.
What?
I'm sorry, what?
Llamas that wear stupid hats.
What's a llama?
I hate you.
Good.
Lorelai, give me a
Alright.
perception check. Just you.
Hi.
No.
That's a 4.
You hear a voice calling for you from, like, a bit away. Kind of like they're calling you for, like, dinner. That kind of tone of saying your name. But
She's gonna
you can't deter.
she's
who
gonna
it
look
is.
in that direction. Curiously. of you hear that?
Hear what?
I swore I heard someone call my name.
Oh, where?
That way. And she points to where she heard the voice from.
Do any of us see anything over there?
It is towards the marketplace. Or like the town square.
Lorelai is actually going to start wandering towards it.
Lorelai, no.
Do you know anyone here?
No, that's why it's concerning.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, Well, it could be worth investigating, but we must be cautious.
It is.
Ryoma, give me a perception check.
I'm good at those. 20.
You see someone as you're heading back to town, sitting in a tree, like quite a bit away, looking at you. Like they're standing on the branch, and they're looking down in your direction.
I'm gonna look up and just hold up a hand to wave at them.
They are dressed in heavy armor that looks very familiar to you, and their faces covered in a steel mask of what looks like a demon, as their hat goes down to their shoulder blades, and they draw their katana, and they point at you. You ran.
I did, but staying wasn't an option.
Maybe I should take your other hand.
Well, it'll be a lot different this time. There's only one of you from what I can see.
Or is there? Look around in the trees. And you see more with arrows pointed and readied. Run.
You don't have anything to do with the missing children, do you?
No. I came here for you. And if you want to survive, to make this fun, run.
I guess I gotta run.
Which way do you run? Do you run away? Or do you run to the city?
Given my perception, can I tell which direction there are more of them in?
It looks like they're just in like the tree line that's like scattered in and about, like from the city and onward, like towards the city.
I guess I will run towards the city since I know that's where my allies are.
Okay. So are you dashing and double dashing?
Yes, I'll even activate my boots so that I move it like 220 feet.
Alright, so
When Roadrunner get here?
So as you run, you literally get into town, like right here.
Oh, so
Okay.
up where Verkon was exploring.
And as you turn around, the trees are empty.
So, why'd you make a dust cloud?
Well, I thought I saw
A putty top?
something from my homeland, but I don't think I actually saw it. I think things are strange here.
I mean, probably. I don't like how things are looking. Cat, no.
As he yells at the cat that's walking by.
He was gonna pee on his boot.
Ew. I'd say no to that too.
But I saw the man that cut off my arm. But it seems strange that my nation or country would send him all the way out here just for me.
What to do to piss him off?
I defected from my homeland.
Well, I can't really say how your people would react, because I don't know them.
They might hunt me down, but it seems strange that they would know where I am.
Unless they scried location or saw you through other hill.
Sure, but we've only been here for like 8 to 12 hours, and we didn't have any intention of getting. Yeah, and we didn't have any intention of even stopping here until we had an issue on the sea. So they would need some pretty specific information to know that I would be here.
Yeah. I'm also finding absolutely no tracks around. I looked at all the buildings to see if something might have been climbing, saw nothing. The only building with a hole is really his.
Yeah, I went around the town and I didn't see any tracks whatsoever as well. So the whole situation is kind of strange.
I'm cautious about trusting some here. Kinda gives a back nod towards the merchant shop.
Yeah. I would say that I have no idea what's going on here.
Well, I mean, can always take a little bit of a rest up early, and then we can be up during the night when things are supposed to happen. But if
That's
it's
true.
something that has allies, for instance, the no tracks, or it could be flying, but it could also have some way of being invisible. And if that's the case, trying to stop something is going to be very hard. But a better question is, if these attacks have been happening so much that they now have the guards out, why was a child out at night to be attacked?
Well,
Because by
we
now
could
everyone
always.
would know, right?
Yeah,
At
we
least
did see
adults.
the. You did see the child's tracks, right? We could follow it back to the house that it came from. But maybe that would be a little uncouth.
We should probably wait till we have authority with us that we won't be messed with a bunch. But the problem I have is a child obviously walked out into town in the middle of the night. Have they had guards out for a while? Because if there's guards out, how no one see anything from a child going up into this alleyway and dancing in a circle and then getting viciously murdered by the looks of it?
That is a very pertinent question. I don't know. That does seem strange unless they literally just started posting guards like last night.
My problem is, you said that he said that this has been happening for a while.
Yeah, from my understanding.
Yeah. So many questions.
Well, we should probably sleep and maybe come back during the night.
Well, won't be too helpful for many of them since they decide to sleep, but at least I won't have to worry about being exhausted.
That's true.
I should probably sleep. And then
Verkon,
yes.
before we sleep, do you mind going back to the woods with me and checking? I want to see if there are truly any signs of the people that might be hunting me.
Sure, why not?
Alright, well, you two go to the woods.
We just leave everyone like.
Yep. What are the rest of you three doing?
Well, I
Eh,
am
eh.
going to go over and see the blacksmith. What were you about to say?
I was grabbing Lorelei by the wrist as she took a step forward towards the center. Do not follow mysterious voices.
But
That's.
how?
I mean, sometimes mysterious voices can offer mysterious clues.
Grave, how many mysterious creatures and beings of power beyond our own have we met, and how many problems has it caused?
I think it's kind of a wash on balance, really.
It is something to be very cautious of, Lorelei. There are beings who would wish to make food or worse of us. Do not let your curiosity get you killed. Be very careful, very cautious, and never deal with such things alone if you can help it.
All the same, you should probably at least look into it. In case it comes back.
Agreed.
She kind of like drops her head slightly, nods.
Now come. I will go with you. But we must be careful. Please.
I'm
heading over to the blacksmith, but I'll be nearby. If you need me, just give me a shout.
And she's going to start pulling her father in the direction of the voice. Which was which way again? Can you remind me?
Down here. I'll deal with you two in a minute. You go up to the blacksmith.
Hello.
And he is there hammering away.
So, you're the town blacksmith.
Oi! Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you too, sir. I need some knives.
Alright.
Yeah. 8 of them. 8 daggers. Sharp as you can get them.
8 daggers, you say?
Yes.
4 GP each, and give me 4 days and I can do it.
That's awfully steep considering the base price of a dagger is 2 GP, but sure.
I mean, no offense. I have very limited resources because, we've been kind of cut off trade for quite some time.
Well, that's fair. Although, hopefully, that will be remedied soon. Things have changed recently.
I
in
hope
the
so.
nearby area.
Good. And what is your name?
Captain Graves, I and my crew are here for supplies.
Graves. Aren't you like an old pirate from like 500 years ago?
It's complicated.
Alright, well, I don't get paid enough.
Alright, so let's see. You said 4 times 8, that's 32. So,
Yep. 4 days.
Alright, in 4 days. Do you happen to have any whistles?
Like for dogs?
Just regular whistles?
No.
Alright. Figured I'd ask. Alright, so that's 8. Alright, I'll be back in 4 days for the knives. Daggers.
Sounds good.
Alright. Alright, so after I do that, come out here, and I guess I'll walk over to where Sivian and Lorelei are. What are they doing?
Oh, Lorelei, you keep hearing someone as you approach in that general direction, calling for you. And it's an old woman. Lorelei!
Hello?
Gary! I heard you were in town.
I'm sorry, but, who are you again? I apologize.
Ilana told me that you were here. I haven't seen you since you were a mere child.
She takes a quick step back, hearing her mother's name.
Sivian squeezes her hand a little.
She told you I was here.
Hi! This morning!
And who might you be?
I am Jessica, dearie. Welcome! Come in!
She gives the fuck what look to both Graves, who just appeared behind Sivian and her father, and basically and makes a horrible decision to gently follow this woman's lead.
I guess.
Sibian keeps his hold on her hand and follows through. And what connection do you have to her mother?
We were old friends, dearie.
That's reassuring.
I heard she passed and I was quite sad, and she talks to me from time to time.
When did you you said she told you this morning that we are in town,
Indeed.
but when did
She's
she
dead,
pass?
isn't
I'm sorry?
You said she passed,
Yes.
and she told you this morning, well, that I was in town.
Yes, while I was making some tea. Would you like some tea and cookies?
No, we've
pass.
already had.
I'm full from breakfast though, but thank you.
What a shame.
She's absolutely befuddled, trying to make connections. Do you know magic by any chance?
Oh. Just some voices talk to me from time to time.
Oh, alright. She's just gonna stand there quietly, almost like she wants to hide between Sivian and, Graves.
Did Elena have anything else to say about Lorelei coming into town beyond that?
Just told me that she was here and I wanted to say hello. Here, take some cookies and tea for the road.
How do you know her mother again?
Lorelei.
We were friends.
And how did you end up here?
Well, you see, Ilana was, part of the Elven Council, or ambassador, or whatever you want to call it, or wife of, and she had to travel from time to time. And before the dirty thing that happened in Basamir and the city cut off, they would stop here for supplies before they went there. So I made friends with her and offered her tea, and we talked and wrote letters. Here, I have letters from her. And she pulls out a letter from like a bookshelf with her old shaky hands and hands it to you.
I pass it to Lorelei.
Lorelei's gonna gently take that as well as the cookies.
I'm not quite sold on the cookies yet. Okay, so this is kind of a strange thing to ask. Are you Baba Yaga?
A what?
No, don't mind him. He has some superstitions, and I believe he may be referencing you to someone he used to know.
Oh, okay. I get that a lot.
However,
It's been a weird few weeks. We have to ask these things now.
since you seem to be hearing the voices of others from time to time, I do have a question for you, Jessica, was it?
Yes, of course. How can I help you, dearie?
Well, it seems that there are some strange happenings here in town. Could you enlighten us to more information about this? He says as he kind of pulls Lorelei closer, wrapping his arm around her shoulder.
Oh, you mean the children? Nasty sort, yes. Quite. Yeah, they go missing at night. Something apparently lures them to their room. And, out of their room, I guess, would probably be the better term. And, bing bada boom, they go missing. Nasty bit.
And the voices that you hear from time to time, have they given you any form of insight about this happening?
I just hear Ilana. She talks to me from beyond, and it's been about a fortnight. And then when she like screamed in glee that Lorelei was here.
Hmm.
About that, considering her passing, how is it that she is able to know of such things? Is her spirit still bound here?
I just hear voices, dearie. That's all I hear. Would you like any more tea and cookies for the road?
It is appreciated, but no. I do believe we are required to head back to meet up with the rest of our company. Thank you.
Thank you. It's nice meeting you again. Again.
She gives like that old creepy granny smile. Be careful,
fuck.
dearie.
As Sibian turns her away, he first starts taking her back towards the ship. Do not eat any of those cookies yet.
Understood. Wasn't planning on it.
Are
As
we
she says very quietly.
No, but really, are we sure she's not Baba Yaga? She gives me a very Baba Yaga-ish vibe.
No, I have concerns aside from that.
You know, I try not to, to profile people when I can help it, but she's got a very Baba Yaga thing.
You
going
didn't
on.
profile her. You literally just asked if she was fucking Baba Yaga.
I mean, it couldn't hurt.
Once back on the ship, Lorelei,
Wait,
how are
where
you
is
feeling?
Sivian? Not Sivian. Where are Ryoma and Verkon?
Oh, doing Ryoma and work on things. Let's be honest with ourselves. If there's any two aboard aboard the ship and upon our company that we have no worries of, it's those two.
I mean, I suppose that's
Are
fair.
you sure?
I came back into town to grab a cleric just in case.
Now, Lorelei,
You got
how
me.
are you?
I'm all right. I guess. Can you take these away from me? As she hands the cookies off to her father.
Absolutely. And the letter?
I would like to read it first.
Then let's
Wait,
do so.
before you open it, check it for magic.
Agreed, very much agreed. And Sivian will cast Detect Magic upon it.
There is no magic.
And the cookies.
There's no magic.
Alright, with that she's
Cast
going...
detect poison.
With that she's going to open the letter and she is going to start reading.
It is a letter that is from your mother, and it looks very similar to her handwriting. And it talks about, just politics and that she's getting bored of, her husband, and she had met a new man that has a very magnificent beard. And then goes into very sexual details on what she wants to do with this man.
You can take this letter now! And she hands it and shoves it in the face of the nearest person who is most likely Graves.
Oh, why are you giving me this?
I mean, yeah, Sivian was like reading over her shoulder, so.
So yeah, you'd be on the side and be face full of letter. What?
She is very uncomfortable.
This is yours?
Alright. However, my greatest concern about all this is that Ilana had no reason to travel. Ilana was, yes, she was the wife of an ambassador to the Elven Nation. However, her husband and her came from under the sea as sea elves. They are ambassadors directly to the Elven Nation from their nation. They had no reason to branch out.
I feel like I'm missing something. Weren't you her husband?
No, I've never been married before, Rose.
Mama had an affair.
Ah, okay, that was the missing piece. Continue.
I was unaware that she was married at the time, and had I known, I never would have gone through with it to begin with, because it's a very dishonorable thing to do.
I
However,
know that you're concerned about your honor, but don't worry, none of us will think any of less of you for it. I don't think anyone can besides you.
Again, the fact that she never would have gone out during her husband's ambassadorship on travels, unless it were because he was bound to the Elven nation for the purpose of his duty to, communicate with the Elven nation as part of the Sea Elf nation. It is confusing all the more. And now that her spirit supposedly lingers and can see Lorelei, concerns me even more.
Well, it
Have
sounds
you
like
seen anything strange in the city yet, Graves?
not yet, but maybe Ryoma will have turned up something.
Because I'm beginning to feel like there's something else going on beyond simply just missing children, and I do not care for it in the slightest.
Well, there is a creepy old lady.
Oh,
Speaking of which, the cookies. You're a cleric, can't you purify food
them?
and drink?
I'll think about it.
Maybe I can give these to Peggy.
What?
Yes.
You can't just pass off potentially poisonous food on just...
It's Peggy.
He just gives Graves a raised eyebrow and begins turning around to head to below deck. You fucking die over here.
Alright, so you're on the boat. You two. You are walking through the forest. Give me perception checks.
Yes, I'm keeping an eye out for the apparent ninjas assassins.
Mr. Warrior's Way over here.
I will Flash of Genius to make that a 20.
Okay, so both of you are looking. Ryoma, you are the only one that can see small nicks in the tree to look like people climbed up it recently.
I'm going to point them out to Vercon to make sure he can see them as well.
Vercon, he's pointing at a tree.
Okay.
I'm going to walk him up to the tree and try to show him the mark.
What do I see?
You see a tree.
He doesn't see the marks.
Nope.
So apparently I can see these marks in the tree and you can't.
So I assume something ridiculous is going on because that doorway under his place, complete darkness. I couldn't see in it. Grace could see in just fine.
It's again jutsu.
God damn it, we have to stop Sasuke.
Wait! I got the solution! Slap. So, something's fucking with everyone's ability to see things correctly. Which...
I'm surprised you haven't seen it yet. Or
maybe it's targeting specific things that people are trying to get away from.
And you might not have any of those.
I mean, think about it though. Oh wait, no. It wouldn't make sense why I couldn't see underneath, because I ain't trying to get away from my work.
True.
But you seeing this is something that could affect you.
Yeah.
None of us are seeing tracks, so if stuff's affecting everyone's ability to see things means we could probably have a kid murdered right in front of our faces and we may not even be able to notice. Or
we
Perhaps
could
there is
see
no
a kid
murder.
get. True. We could also see murders that aren't actually happening.
Both of which are very concerning.
Yeah. Give me one moment though. I'm gonna run my hand over the trees. If I physically inspect it, does it hold up to physical inspection too?
Yes,
So I can feel the nicks in the trees.
correct.
Interesting. Well, whatever it is, it feels and appears real to me. So
Vercon will physically inspect the tree by seeing the same spots he was going over.
yeah,
When he was doing that, did it look like his hands went into Nick's?
Yes.
So Vercon's going to check the same spots.
Feels normal to you.
That's even more concerning.
yeah, it
As your
is.
character's like, what? Because you feel it's like, okay, this is real. Vercon, for basically what Ryoma would see is Vercon just runs his hand over the top of it like nothing's wrong with the tree. And goes right
Yeah.
over these cracks.
hmm
I saw your hands go into non-existent cuts in the wood. To me.
Yeah, and I didn't see the same for you. So
Yeah. Why do I
interesting.
feel like we're gonna be stuck here dealing with some other mindfucker?
Well, whatever it is, this doesn't seem like it's going to be an easy problem to fix.
No, especially because if it was magic, we'd probably be getting pings all over the place.
hmm
Which means unless everything that we've been doing since we've arrived here is fake, but then it wouldn't make sense. No, just it don't make sense. We should get back to the boat.
Yeah. Maybe if we are around at night, it'll help. But if we can't discern what's real and fake, I feel like it's going to be very difficult to.
Do anything.
Yeah.
I haven't felt anything affected my mind, which makes this even more concerning.
Well, I thought I didn't feel anything affect my mind either. So
Yeah, it's concerning.
yeah.
So we better get the others.
Yeah, let's get back to them. Maybe kind of explain the situation before we rest up for the night.
Yeah. So we head back.
You head back to the boat. You're all on the boat.
We got problems.
A lot of
Yes.
problems.
Yes, we do. Start with yours.
So
You look at you seen a ghost. You look pissed off.
Yes.
He's always
Yes.
pissed off.
Yeah, but there's a difference between him just being normally pissed off at the existence of the world and him being agitated with something in particular.
yeah, he looks extra pissed off.
That's
I read
fair.
something horrible that was sent to somebody from my mother.
Okay. So, I was exploring, and Ryoma bumps into me, and has me go help, because Ryoma-san points over to Ryoma.
Well, I may be a fugitive from where I come from. That's I don't know if they're looking for me, but they could be. So while I was out looking to see if there are any tracks coming into the town, I happened to see the man who cut off my arm. And he said there were more of them. So rather than confront him, I ended up running into town and found Verkon. And I took him back out to observe the trees to see if what I saw was real, because since we've gotten here, I feel like things have been off.
And what did you find?
Well, apparently, I saw marks on the trees and could feel the marks on the trees from where they were climbed by people from my country, and Verkon could neither feel nor see the marks of the trees. But when my hands went the into the long scratches that were used for climbing, he could see my hand go into the scratch.
Meanwhile, mine hand glided right over them.
That is bizarre.
Which also means that the darkness underneath the shopkeep's house there may or may not even exist.
What do you mean, darkness?
I looked under there. I couldn't see a damn thing.
But I could.
Exactly.
You failed to mention this to me, Graves.
Did I? I thought I mentioned. Yeah, it's. Verkon couldn't see on that.
But
But I could for some reason.
me and Verkon talked about it for a little bit, and we came to the conclusion that it's possible that some of the murders of children could be fake.
Fake.
Yeah.
I happened to have seen Zarek in town, or an image of him, hidden in an alleyway. In said alleyway, when I approached, it was empty. However, both Lorelei and myself had found a severed hand sitting next to a can.
Do you have the severed hand?
I do. He pulls out the sack and opens it, dumping it to the floor.
It is a severed hand and a seashell.
So we all do
Everybody
see
see
this.
it.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, does the hand have any identifying marks?
Not that you can tell.
Okay. No, like, paint on the nails, nothing, like, underneath the nails, no scars or tattoos or anything.
Not that you can tell.
No body attached to it?
No body attached to it. How did you know?
I tried, guys.
In addition, some elderly woman who claims to have known Lorelei's mother in life says that her mother is speaking to her despite the fact that numerous scrying attempts shows that her mother is dead. And she knew Lorelei's by name and called to her and told her that her mother had told this elderly woman that Lorelei had just came into town this morning. There is
Okay.
definitely something strange going on in this town.
I think that from all the evidence we have collected and from the observations we have made, we can all agree that it is reasonable to conclude the town is haunted.
I don't think that it's necessarily haunted. Haunted would imply ghosts. But there is something really weird going on in the town.
So,
Was there anything else strange that anyone else has ever seen or heard from a situation, something they saw, or a person they encountered?
not
Did
quite,
the
but I do have a question. Sivian, anything about the hand in the seashell particularly strike you?
The shell is from home. Beyond that, no.
So it's not like the hand of a person you recognize?
And there's no, as you say, there's no identifying markers to it.
Okay. A hand with a seashell from your home. Someone who knows someone from Lorelai's home, hunters from Rioma's home, and I guess mine could just be argued the blacksmithing, but I don't know that for sure. I don't know what's going on there.
Well, if you
Go
want,
ahead.
another one of us could go take a peek in the hole.
Again, before anyone goes anywhere, has anyone else noticed anything else strange in terms of behavior, something they saw or heard, or an interaction from an individual they've met with?
Nope. Nothing.
I just looked around and saw very little besides people were in the town. Rioma, do you see anything going way out there besides them? You went, I don't know how far out there.
Yeah, I actually only went around the outskirts of the town, but the only thing I saw was the man from my home.
What about with your meeting with the mayor last night?
That is true. If we can't ascertain whether anything is real or fake, it's hard to tell if I even met with the mayor.
But anything strange about that encounter?
Well, his father was sick in the other room, and he said that if there were any sounds to not pay them any mind. And while that doesn't necessarily seem strange to take care of a family member,
Considering certain circumstances, it now sounds strange.
yes.
Along with that, despite the threat that children are being taken every night, the children around the town seem to be frolicking and playing as if nothing is a threat to them.
Well, they are only being taken at night.
If children were informed, they would be scared to even be outside. So if something actually is taking kids, then it's manipulating them in a way to get them outside at night. But the issue comes if we've been here for such a short time and something's already making it to where we perceive reality differently, then what's to say that a kid is not going to be able to walk right next to a guard and be completely unseen? And what's to say we won't be able to even see anything?
Yeah.
Or if any of this is even real.
Yes, it does strike me as odd. I'm curious whether only fake things seem real, or if it can cloak or mask real things so that we can't see them.
I believe it would be a good idea to speak with this mayor as a group as soon as possible.
Well, he said he was mainly only available at night, so we should try to rest up a little bit and then maybe see him at dusk.
Considering that we have no need to go in town for anything else. Considering that the shop is practically useless for supplies.
Well, I don't believe what I saw was real. But would you guys mind if I stayed in town to keep an eye on things?
Preferably not alone.
Well, the reason I suggest just me is because if I do see something or something does threaten me, I stand the biggest chance of making it back to the boat, and if I do come back to the boat, I will outrun whoever is with me.
He's not wrong.
Leaving them to die.
Oh, what's gonna kill me anymore?
I
I've thrown
agree.
myself at the
Besides,
wall.
Vercon can fly.
That's fair.
We also don't know what's out there, so to be fair, flying could mean absolutely nothing to them.
Well,
And you can turn invisible.
I don't plan on going out of the village. I kind of plan on staying in the center and trying to keep an eye on everything that's going on inside the town.
Well, how at some I could at some point just take a nap. I don't really care where. Hell, I could go to sleep right now and meet you out there.
That would be fine. I'll maybe even take a peek in that hole and see if I can see down there, unlike you.
Yes.
Well,
And
confirmations would be good because especially if we all see something different,
Mm-hmm.
things could get really bad really quick.
Well, it would be very bad if we accidentally perceived one of our allies as our enemy, which is something. And considering we can't really control that because they might be able to control what we hear from our allies, just try to stay safe because I can't make any guarantees that one of us won't attack each other because of this.
Yeah. So, see the mayor after dusk?
Agreed.
Oh, this is an aside to Riona. So he said he only comes out after dark?
Well, he's actually out during the day doing work and doing his mayoral duties. He actually says that he's swamped during the day.
But no one sees him.
We haven't asked anyone.
Yeah.
It would be a good idea to keep an eye on that.
Hey, Riona.
Hey, Jake.
Hmm.
When we were in the town, did we see the mayor out and about?
You believe you saw him, like around his building.
He was outside though, right?
Yeah.
Graves. I actually think I saw him outside of his building.
You also think you saw an army of ninjas in the trees.
You also thought that you saw an old person.
We visited
three of
an old person in her house.
We did.
As
She
far
gave us cookies.
And this letter.
And as far as we know, every single one of us could be seeing something that's real or not real.
Well, here. Let's see if this is real or not real. He walks over, standing in front of both Rioma and Vercon. He pokes them both in the face with the letter.
Alright, roll me paper cut damage.
Yeah.
Roll a d4.
Jake, this is a paper cut we're talking about. It's already max damage.
Alright, so you both take 4 points of paper cut damage.
You better be rolling to hit to poke me in the forehead when I haven't even taken armor off.
Roll with an improvised weapon.
The commitment.
If he had managed to paper cut me with friggin' armor on, it'd just be like, really?
It's all right.
It's adamantium paper now.
Since it's Sivian, I kind of just expect them to not hit us.
I don't know, it's allies.
No, exactly. It's
True,
allies.
true.
Roll 20
It is
hates
allies.
our allies. When it's...
Alright, roll a d20 plus your strength.
I'm just pressing it against her forehead. I'm not actually trying to, I'm not slapping her across the face with it. What the hell?
Just making sure.
Can you feel this paper?
Can I feel the paper?
Yes, you can feel the paper.
All right, then. Next step. Picks up the seashell and the hand. Holds it out to both of them. Can you feel these?
Yes.
Vercon.
Why are you touching it?
We need to be sure, Lorelei.
But it's someone's hand.
Hold on.
I am aware.
I have a question. Sivian,
Yes.
what color is the shell?
That's a good question. Jake?
It is a deep, black with a little bit of red squiggles on it. Very similar to how seashells get on the bottom of the ocean floor because they don't have any sunlight exposure.
All right, I'll give that same description to the rest of the group.
Mhm. What do you guys see?
You all see the same thing.
Okay. So, we
Well,
have
at
reached a
least-
consensus on that, at least.
At least in two, for sure, of our encounters. This old woman and the severed hand we know to be real.
But we don't know about the Zarek, the ninjas, those, and the darkness under the building all seem to be individuals.
I don't believe Zarek is actually here. And this is not the first time he has done something strange like this to me before. I believe that he was somehow sending an image of himself for me to see.
I mean,
Why would he
maybe,
do that?
But we also still need to question if it was even real at all, or another trick from this place.
Possibly. I do admittedly hope that this is some form of a trick, because he holds up the shell. If it is not, then this is some form of threat or warning that concerns me greatly.
The one thing that worries me is that after confirming or semi-confirming that everything that everybody else has experienced is potentially real except for the darkness under the house, it appears like only I was specifically targeted with an illusion of some sorts.
Hmm.
Well, while the two of you are in town, keep an eye out for anything strange. If you can see the mayor, definitely keep an eye on him, as he currently is suspect based on your encounter last night with him. And I kind of would like to keep an eye on that elderly woman with a garden opposite of the shop.
Well,
She goes by the name of Jessica.
if you would like, I can check in on her.
No. I do not wish to provide any more confrontation with her than is necessary. Simply just be mindful and watchful in case there's something else going on that she might be doing when others are not looking.
Well, we've confirmed that she's probably not Baba Yaga, at least. So Ryoma is probably safe.
So, apparently she can hear the dead speak.
Yeah, that is a bit weird. The dead speak.
I mean, we fought ghosts before.
Yeah.
The idea of it being haunted really is not that far-fetched. It's just,
What?
Yeah, I
Yes.
nearly killed your dad. And Rose.
Ghosts exist. When the living die and they are not satisfied with the way they died or the way they lived, sometimes their spirits are bound to the world. And
Father,
yes.
I know what a ghost is. I'm just surprised. I did not know they were that common.
The question I have for you two is, did she tell you when she heard these voices of the dead?
This morning. She told me she heard my mother this morning.
Given that this town seems to have the ability, or whatever is in this town has the ability to reach into people's mind, maybe she's hearing whatever's causing these illusions, and she thinks it's simply the dead.
There's the theory.
That is something I questioned her about, to see if she had heard anything from the dead about the circumstances of the children, of which she seemed to be aware of, but she did not speak of the dead telling her of any details about it beyond what the city already knows.
Yeah. So it's still possible that whatever the voices from the dead she's hearing might not actually be voices from the dead. But I think we're gonna keep running in circles of what's real and what isn't real until we actually get to the bottom of this.
Agreed. So, rest and keep lookout for now, I suppose. There's not much else to do.
Well, Vercon, you can either rest on the ship or rest in the center of town, but I would like to go out and keep an eye on everything.
Well, how about I just rest on a roof near ya?
That'll work.
Oh, Ryoma.
I've slept in more uncomfortable places.
Yes, Graves?
So about the mayor.
Yeah.
I'll bet you 1 gold he's a vampire.
You know what? I'll actually take that bet.
I'm sorry, what is a vampire?
Don't worry about it.
Out of character, I already know it's a smart bet, so I'm good with it.
Well, if it happens to be true, I would very much like to worry about it.
Sivian,
Yes,
you did say you didn't sense any otherworldly creatures, correct?
correct. Apparently, this armor that Vercon gave me gives me the ability to sense certain types of creatures.
Do you happen to know what types of creatures?
Well, those of the angelic or celestial types, such as gods and their pets, demons and devils of sorts, and creatures of unlife.
Kind of like a vampire, correct?
I don't know what a vampire is.
Okay, so the short answer is a vampire is an undead creature that drinks blood. They also have a bunch of other things that they do, but the main thing is drink blood.
Understood. No.
So,
In that
if you...
case, then no, I did not sense. However, the range is somewhat limited, so I don't know if I was close enough to be able to sense within the mayor's house.
That's fair.
Unfortunately, it recharges tomorrow morning, so I will not be able to do so again during our meeting.
That's fine. I don't think the mayor is particularly involved, but I could be wrong.
Speaking of the mayor, he is at the gangplank.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
To what do we
The
owe the
new
honor?
permission to come aboard, as you scallywags say.
Granted.
He like very gentleman-like walks up. Good afternoon.
Good evening, sir.
It is not evening yet.
Pardon, sorry.
How can we
I'm
help
here
you?
on official business. Yes.
All right.
I saw that you, while I was out doing things, you were over at the shopkeep. I'm
We
curious about him.
We're investigating the incidents that you told Ryoma about.
Yes, I am here for questions, comments, and concerns. By all means, ask away.
There's not much to go on at the moment, but there have been some strange occurrences. Have any of the townsfolk reported any odd sightings? People who are unfamiliar, just anything out of place?
You literally danced around a question. I don't understand your question.
Okay. Have people been seeing weird things aside from the missing children? Just, I don't know, people appearing and disappearing, or strange images of anything of that sort?
That is a good question. I don't know.
We're starting to suspect that there is more to what's going on here than just abductions.
Elaborate.
Well, some of us have had encounters that lead us to believe that there may be something of supernatural nature going on here.
A question for you, sir.
Yes.
What do you know of the elderly woman by the name of Jessica?
Old Jessica's been here for quite some time. What about her? She's a darling good woman.
Oh, and she had made mention of visitations from an old friend who I happen to be acquaintance with. Do you know of a woman by the name of Ilana? She's a sea elf.
Isn't she? Yes, I do. Her and her husband came here about 3 years ago. No. 4. 5?
Have they been seen here since then?
No.
Hmm.
Been some time. They were on their way to Boston Mere. Why do you ask?
Because Anna claims that she heard from... Jessica claims that she heard from Elena this morning.
Well,
Sir, Elena and her husband have been divorced for a little over 9 years.
tell that to the public appearances they had to do over in Boston Mere before we tore apart from the capital.
Hmm. Keeping up appearances. Oh, Jessica also claims that she hears the voices of the dead.
Not surprising. She's an old senile woman.
That doesn't seem at all unusual to you.
I mean, she said she's heard voices for many years, so no.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I went out of the town and saw something, and when I returned with Vercon to inspect it, it seemed to be an illusion that only I could see.
Interesting.
So I think that there might be something in the town that is capable of producing visions or creating illusions that only specific people can see. And that might be how the kids are getting lured out while there are guards.
That would be disheartening.
We don't know the exact extent of what this creature is capable of, or what even is causing the visions. But I would like to keep watch, at least until everybody's taken a rest, to kind of keep track of everybody in the village.
Of course. I will inform the guards immediately of your watchingness and to pay you no mind.
That is appreciated.
In the meantime, we'll continue our investigations and let you know if anything else is discovered.
Of course. I must get going. Dinner is going to be ready, and I need to go and prepare food for my father.
Before you do go, sir,
Hmm.
it's my understanding that your father is ill, is that correct?
Correct. A deathly disease, I believe by a lich.
Hold on. Did you say a lich?
I believe so, yes.
There's a lich in this area.
No, this was many years ago.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, I think we might have solved your missing children problem.
You see, years ago, my father and I, we were adventurers of some sort. I was tasked with my father being the one that gave me the task to fight a red devil about 3 years ago. That is how I acquired this beautiful scar on my chin. They lashed me good with their piercing-like talon. My father faced something more drastic at the same time, and He's been sick ever since.
Would you be opposed to me examining his condition? I
You're
possess.
more than welcome to, but any cleric, even the paladins from Boston Mere that have shown, before we decided to cut ties, they cannot do anything for him.
If there is anything I can do, I will see what my power allows.
You certainly couldn't make it worse.
Well, that's not true.
Not now. You two.
Yeah, I mean, you're more than welcome to come in after nightfall. I have dinner to prep, and I have some paperwork I need to do to send with the merchant that will be going to Boston Mere in a few days.
Certainly.
If what you said is true, Riom, about this ace person, maybe we can rekindle the bridge between us.
Hopefully.
No. I'm optimistic. She has a bit of a fiery disposition, though, so be prepared for that.
Yes, well, it'll take 4 days to get the paperwork ready, and maybe I can provide a gift for Ace.
Has anyone, this is a bit odd, but has anyone else been gone missing or been injured or killed aside from children?
I mean, we have injuries all the time with the blacksmith, but that's just because he's clumsy with his weapons.
Yeah. Has anyone lost a hand?
I mean, the goblin clerk has no arms.
That we noticed. Yeah.
When we come to have our meeting tonight, if at all possible, could you inform us upon our arrival if any new injuries have taken place as of today?
If I get any reports, typically the doctor is the one that deals with that. I don't have them answered to me.
I guess some context would be helpful. We found a severed hand.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Anyways, it is ungodly hot on this boat. I'm going to be leaving now.
It's ungodly hot at this location in general.
You have a good rest of your afternoon, gentlemen. I will be leaving the boat now. Permission to get off the boat, I guess, as you scallywags say.
Permission. If we said permission not granted, would you just stay here?
How do you sailing adventurers say these things?
It's don't worry about it. Yes,
Yeah.
You can
you
leave.
may disembark.
Thank you.
Thank you for paying us a visit.
Of course. Cheerio. And he walks off the boat.
Pop, cheerio.
The moment he turns around and steps on the gangplank, I'm going to cast Detect Good and Evil.
Okay.
Anything?
I'm looking at the spell. You detect aberration from him.
Ooh. You know what that means?
A lot of things, actually. But first thing's going to me is something to do with one of the houses.
Do I see Syrian cast this spell?
I mean, he's not hiding it.
Oh,
It
that's
also
true, 'cause he
requires a
can't hide
verbal component, so the man stops and turns around.
it. You done goofed.
I apologize. I'm simply saying a prayer for...
Roll me a deception. With disadvantage.
Sure.
As to be expected.
What'd you roll?
At
9.
If you're
Yes.
going to cast this, go ahead.
make it a 14 flash.
Ooh.
If you're going to cast a spell on me, at least ask me beforehand.
Then I will give you the politeness of asking, what actually are you?
Ah, yes. What am I? I am not from this plane. We came here about 5 years ago. My kind does not have a common tongue name.
You say you come from another plane. Are you familiar with an entity who calls himself Mr. O?
If you're talking about Narthalotep, I've heard many things across many planes from him. He, in fact, was the one that destroyed my home plane. So I
My
have been
condolences.
here. It's fine. Me and my father were here, along with my siblings. My siblings have passed, but me and my father were trying to make good men of ourselves to be adventurers before we decided to settle down. I care about this city, and I want it to strive and do good things.
Is
It's very
saying
admirable.
all this. Insight 16.
True. That is something we should do. I am inciting him as well.
Someone who actually has points in it.
Yeah.
Go.
I mean, yeah, I'm not going to beat Rioma, so I'm not even going to try.
I mean, but you guys can't really just tell if there's any lies in his words.
I can't tell if he's a liar, pants for hire.
Correct.
Pants for hire.
Yeah.
So if you're a being of another plane, then you should have a better idea of what's actually going on around here than what you're willing to say.
To be fair, I've only dealt with devils, the red devil, and their followers, and I've only dealt with bandits since I've been here. And
Are
then
you-
whatever you want to call the imbeciles in the city of the holiness.
Are you familiar with the 7 deadly sins?
You mean what they tell children back home?
No, like the literal entities. The 7, like they're actual creatures. We killed one of them.
Demonic.
No.
Demonic or devil. Versions of them. Not sure which. One or the other.
No, I have not.
I apologize for treating you with so much scrutiny. But I hope you understand we just want to figure out what's going on with the kids here.
As do I, hence why I tried to employ you.
Hey, I told them that I didn't believe that you were in on it. I just told them that you gave me a weird vibe.
So, since you're deciding to do things on me, perhaps I can get a full idea of how many of you actually are here.
How do you mean?
Well, a couple of you are sticking in pairs of threes throughout the town and doing things, shopping, drinking, going out to lay on a field, you name it. I just need to know how many of you are here.
Oh, yes. That's the sort of thing that would typically... Anyway, because you were nice enough to waive the red tape, I'll just tell you that we have a crew of about 80. I've instructed them to try to stay in groups, just in case anything unusual happens, especially if they're out at night. That way they'll be in a better position to either defend themselves or offer aid.
Okay, well that accounts for a few of them. Are there any on board that I need to make sure if they come into town to open with open arms?
My wife sleeps below.
Your wife is sleeping during the day.
She's a bit ill.
Is she a vampire?
No, magical means has rendered her inert currently.
Hmm.
We
It's a
don't
long
have the
story.
best of luck with bullshit flying our way.
A curse, if you will. One that is beyond my ability to remove currently.
I see. And I didn't catch all of your names. I know you are Ryoma, you are Graves, and the rest of you?
I am Sivian, and this is my daughter, Lorelei.
The
Greetings.
pleasure. Sivian, what is your last name?
Vjorskeg.
Interesting. I've never heard of that name. It's very unique. So we have the Vjorskeg family.
I would appreciate it if that name does not leave the ship.
Is there a different name that you would prefer me to address you as then? Would you prefer me to call you by your wife's maiden name if she's still
Probably not a good idea either.
Why? Seems weird.
There
Are
are some.
you wanted criminals?
No, it's more like the criminals want them.
Yes.
We've
Okay,
caused
now-
some waves with some.
Now I need to know who your enemies are because now you're bringing stuff to my door.
We hunt the guild.
Yes, I understood that from Riona.
Oh, well, then you know who our enemies are.
Yes, but that doesn't make me any easier with some of the bigwigs in them.
We're below the bigwig's nose at this point, as far as we can tell.
All of the bigwigs, I hope? All four?
As far as we know, none of them have taken interest in us yet, which is perfectly fine with us. We are biding our time until we can strike and uproot all of them.
So let me be clear here. I have a person who can see things from... I have a gnome who is hardly speaking about his past life. I have a man who wants to not have his name publicly blurted, and his wife is apparently also a wanted criminal, and you're all just hated by the guild.
You didn't even give me a chance to introduce myself as everyone was
My
talking.
apologies. Their bum rush of information flabbergasted me.
But no, I'm Verkon Satros.
I've never heard of the name.
If you were in the gnome homeland, city of Irthimble, my mother's the main blacksmith there. I went to the Artificer Academy. Bunch of bullshit. Nothing there's a problem. I still have a home to go to.
Excellent.
I make things.
So, Graves,
Mm.
can I have the names of all the people that are, besides yourself, responsible if anyone causes troubles that I need to talk to?
All right. Well, my quartermaster is his wife currently out of commission. However, my first mate, Mr. Sneed, can also handle disciplinary issues should that become necessary.
I see. And your wife is the quartermaster?
She is. I myself and as well as my daughter are not necessarily part of the crew directly. I am actually an ambassador from another nation.
Interesting. And what nation would that be? You do not look elven or dwarven or dragonborn. Are you dragonborn? You're not a half-elf, are you? I've heard nasty things about them. At least in passing. I don't know if it's true or not.
Don't all dragonborn have scales?
You need to understand. The few things I've seen are the ones that come to this town.
Understood. No, I am from a city known as Maha. If you have not left this much of this city, you probably have never heard of it.
That is fair.
My purpose on this journey, well, the guild has caused great strife to my homeland, and so I travel in search of hoping to find alliances with other cities who also have strife with them.
Interesting. And may I ask, what race are you?
Hmm.
It's only fair you asked him what he was.
Well, clearly I know you are of otherworldly. Again, this is another thing that will not leave this ship. Are we understood?
My lips are sealed.
I am from the sea.
So you're a sea elf.
Of manner of speaking.
Can you roll me a deception?
Yep.
So that's a
Okay.
lovely 7 right there.
I'm good.
You know, I knew at the moment I hit that nat 20 on that perception earlier to see Zarek that I was going to just go downhill for the rest of the night.
That's why-
Okay, so
normal.
That's why I was saying you need to download the app on your phone and see if it treats Sibian better.
Dude, I'm
Is
on a
in
whole
that
other.
one.
I'm on an entirely different computer right now.
I know, but it's still the same program.
So,
my.
I see that you do not want to be upfront with me.
Graves is gonna step in since Simeon is just like clowning himself right now. Just be like, oh, he's a merfolk.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, turns out they actually exist. I don't know why he's.
They did
so
back
shy
on my
about
home
that, but-
plane.
I'm sorry.
Brother!
They did back on my home plane.
So my kind exists beyond this world.
Seems reasonable.
Unless,
They're-
you know, other
They're
planes.
very
right?
secretive. So.
Well, if you consider everything you already know there, Graves, you would understand why.
Brother? Really?
So, you have
That's-
3 mermaids?
No, he's
No.
I'm
My
not literally related.
People can be confusing.
apologies.
So alright, Lorelai.
Okay, how many mermen are there? Mermen? Mermaimies? I don't even know anymore.
Myself and my daughter only.
Your wife is not a merman?
Tiefling.
She
Well-
is not my mother.
Technically, she wouldn't be a merman, anyways.
My apologies. I assumed with a gender.
Like I said, things get ridiculous. I stopped
Vivian.
trying to keep track.
Yes.
I have no cause with you seeing my father. May I see your wife? Maybe I can see some examination of my own through the practices and dealings. Maybe I can deter situations.
How experienced are you with demons?
I've been dealing with my father being sick for the past 3 years.
Mhm.
I have hired clerics of all religions. I have hired the paladins from Boston Mere. Well, I extended an olive branch and they came. Hood did at least. The bastard.
He's dead now.
Good! I spit on him.
He was a robot.
Really? When he took his helmet off, he was a man.
How long ago was this?
2 years ago?
Hmm.
Oh,
Then-
no,
then-
I'm not even going to get into that shit anymore. Because no, I'll have him with that. No, no more time difference things. It hurts my head. Certainly, I would be inclined to allow you to do such. But what plane exactly are you from?
He opens his mouth and a bunch of garble comes out. That one.
How is it that you speak Mr. O's name without fear of him?
Well, when you have seen his wrath and how he wiped out an entire plane for fun, you have nothing to be afraid of.
That seems very contradictory, but alright.
If he came here and wanted to finish me off, he probably could have done it at any point.
Well, he was over in Basamia, but he got a boot.
Perfect. Fuck that man. But yes, I could have done anything to get his attention. I've tried summoning him. I've tried doing anything to call him out and have a nice little chat with my fist. Clearly, he had other important things to do.
Well, based on what's been said, this crazy person decided it would be a good idea to smack him in the middle of a duel between ridiculous powers, pointing over at Rioma.
To be fair, he deserved it.
He deserves a lot of things.
I'm not saying he didn't deserve it, but considering we were also having a nice light show inside the church at the time.
Well, I actually think that Hood was... you guys had Hood handled at that point.
He didn't like me. Vernon kind of chuckling to himself.
I need to hurry, so let's make this quick, shall we?
Yes.
We'll lead the way.
Will do. Come along, Lorelai. And he'll lead you all downstairs. Well, the mayor downstairs to his room where Rose is sleeping.
As you guys walk down, you see a very fatigued-looking Crown. As she's like dragging her warhammer. Move.
Dragging a what?
Her warhammer.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Moving on.
And then she goes and plops on a bed and falls down. You see Jason and Shallow playing in another room. They're playing patty cake.
Oh, Sivian.
Yes.
That spell you cast, how long does it last?
If it's the
What is the duration of Detect Good and Evil,
It's
Chris?
10 minutes.
It's 10 minutes.
Okay. So it's still going. Does Shallow give off anything?
Shallow does.
What do I feel from Shallow?
Aberration.
Son of a bitch!
Hell yeah.
I'm going to file that away for later. Question the child again. In the meantime, I'll show him to show this new aberration Jojo to my room.
Okay. He looks over at her, and he stands and he examines her. She looks familiar. I can't put my name on it.
Well, someone did steal her face recently.
I'm not going to question it because I see her face right now. She's quite beautiful.
Isn't she? No, I don't mean that they literally stole it. I mean someone has been impersonating her.
Interesting. Well, this person has not been here recently, to my knowledge, but she looks familiar. Why do I remember her?
She is a mercenary.
Or was.
Okay, well, I'm not too fond of mercenaries, but if she was, I can make an exception. What is her name?
Rose Blackwood.
Anna looks at you, very stunned. You're telling me that the daughter of the Blackwood mercenaries is right in front of me. Incapacitated.
And
I'm just surprised that she's here.
Why?
Well, she's not on
It's-
the best of terms with her family at the
It's
moment.
the Blackwoods, and she's not on a Blackwood ship.
She's not on the best of terms with them at the moment.
Understanding, I suppose. Just very peculiar that she's here.
Why are any of us here, really?
If you hit me with philosophical questions, I will show you how I say fuck you in my native tongue.
That sounds like it'd be interesting, though.
Now, it looks like she's in a coma. But it looks like, and he puts his hand to her neck. She seems she's fine. What's more interesting is, have you been feeding her?
That's a
And
Yes.
others.
Soup.
Have you been feeding us while we've been out?
Yes. Soup.
Interesting.
I
I was
do
going
have.
to say, without food, this magic seems to be preserving their bodies. Quite interesting. But now that makes more sense.
Ha-
Interesting.
Well,
And she married you. I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I'm just making sure that I understand everything. She married you.
No,
Yeah.
your surprise is quite understandable.
She married an ambassador. Did she want diplomatic immunity? Did she declare war on someone and now she's getting a free pass?
oh no, we were about to.
I was the one who pursued after her.
I see. Interesting. Huh. Last I heard, she was with a crew of her own. At least that's what I heard when I first got here, that Rose was a fierce person with a ship of her own.
Things
She's
did not
getting
go
there.
so well.
Yes, quite. Well, if you don't mind, the sun is going to be getting down soon. I need to go and, like I said, procure my medicine for my father and do things. So, by all means, come after dinner. You're more than welcome, Sivian.
Thank you, sir.
And he stands up and brushes his coat off and walks out. In a quick pace. As he looks at his watch, I'm late.
Quick question.
Quick answer.
What time of the day is it?
It is almost dinner time.
So it's getting darker outside?
Correct.
Sir, do you need anyone to walk you home? Or walk you to your destinations?
I mean, you're more than welcome to come, but it's literally right beside the pier. It's not even a 10-minute walk.
I know, I'm sorry, but with everything going on, I thought I'd at least offer to be cautious.
I appreciate it. You're more than welcome to come. I mean, if that's okay with your father. I don't have much food. I typically prepare for one, sometimes two if he'll eat, so you can have whatever he doesn't.
Only with my accompaniment.
Like I said, I don't have much food, so you might have to eat on your own.
I'm honestly not hungry in the first place, so it's completely fine.
By all means.
Unfortunately, our appetites have been a bit muffled.
That tends to happen when you find a severed hand.
If only that were the concerning part.
But yes, the mayor apparently will get an escort home.
Well, so Ryoma, shall we watch for incidents?
yeah, I definitely feel like we should.
Okay. So, Verka and Ryoma are gonna go hang out in town and watch.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
And I'm going to poke my head into the hole to see if it's pitch black on the inside.
Yes.
Do I have anything that creates magical light? I don't think I do.
I actually sat there and looked myself, was like, do I have anything?
On the way out, Sivian, you get a tug at your skirt, kilt, dress.
I'm sorry, what?
You get a tug at your skirt, kilt, dress thing.
I turned to look at it.
It's shallow. He looks up at you.
Yes,
You casted a spell.
I did. I do that a lot.
I know.
And
I don't know what I am, but I know I'm here.
I don't exactly know what you are either. However, this will have to be a conversation for another time. I need to take a walk with my daughter.
Be careful.
Bye, Shallow. I'll see you when you come back.
Bye, Lorelai. I'll be here. Maybe we can play together.
Sure.
Alright, you guys walk and you get to his house. Balric, what are you doing?
Well,
Oh no, we left Balric unsupervised.
Oh no.
I'm not gonna make any trouble. Actually, I'm just gonna walk about the ship, take another look in on Rose to make sure that she got her soup and whatnot. Play with Shallow for a bit. Then I don't know. Draw in my notebook.
Okay.
Pondering the universe.
You get another letter.
Oh, no, unexpected. What does it say?
It says, yes, we're having twins. And what do you mean, other letter? I only got the one that you send back when you fold it.
Ah, okay, so burning it doesn't work. Okay, so I write back, sorry, I'm getting used to how this magical letter thing works. And somehow Shallow has returned. I fold it up.
And it poofs! Alright, you two troublemakers of mine.
Okay, I realized I have something that I can mess with that I didn't think about.
Go on.
And I got reminded. A lot of important things.
Oh.
The first bullet dot is the only important thing.
Yes, you can shed bright light.
I could create
Nice.
an item, a temporary pseudo magic item that can make light.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't say how long it was as an action. Okay.
Yeah. So when he looks in, I'm gonna quickly make this thing and poke it in and see if it changes anything.
You see through some darkness, and you hear a voice. Hey! Why are you looking at me shop? What the fuck are you doing? As the goblin hops up to the thing and looks up at you.
Just making
Yeah.
sure I'm
Can
not
I help
crazy.
you?
I'm making sure I'm not crazy.
Well, stop it.
I'm sorry, but I was just afraid that the weird occurrences were being caused by something hiding in this hole.
No, it's me shop.
Out of curiosity, why do you have it so dark down here?
I don't need the guards, anyone looking in.
And
Why? You're just making things.
They're creepy.
Then why do you have a hole?
For the smoke.
Why didn't you make a chimney?
He looks at his arms. Yes, let me get right on that.
I'm sure there are people that can work on that.
No, they all stay away from my house.
Regardless, I was making sure I'm not being crazy about things because some things are being really weird here.
Everything's been weird here.
Yeah, like illusions that are real to one person but fake to another.
Don't know anything about that. I don't leave my house.
Exactly. Burkhan gets up and starts walking away.
I have a small question for you.
Yes.
You have a small question.
Hey. So, how late do you stay up?
Well, I'm working late to finish the order that someone made for potions, but I typically go to bed in about half an hour.
Did you happen to hear what happened out here?
I heard a squeal, I heard a cry for help, and then I rolled over.
Interesting.
I can't grab a weapon, and there's not much that I can do.
No worries. Jake, now that we can see inside of this hole, are there any like marks of something that might have been in here that jumped out to get the child?
Give me a perception or investigation.
I'll do a perception. Ooh, sadness. Only a 16.
But, don't tempt him.
Are you doing an investigation or perception, Vercon?
Yeah, I'll do a perception. Since it's in light, I'll have vantage. You know what? Screw it. We got the same. I'm flashing it. Screw it. It's 21.
Not that you guys can tell.
Okay, so exactly as before. There doesn't
Yep.
seem to be anything lean here.
Yep. Nothing interesting here. Alright, I guess we'll just stay in the center of town and I'll watch people go about their business and see if there's anybody that's strange.
Is he back from going tinkle?
Hmm.
I don't know.
No.
Okay.
I just pee my pants. I don't know why he had to leave.
Okay, so with the magical tinkering, I didn't realize that I could just bestow all these effects on an item and they'd never run out.
Yeah.
So I
do,
can-
do me a favor. Put yourselves where you are going to be when you're just chilling. Because right now you guys are up there.
Right. Well,
Oh wow, the chosen property lasts indefinitely.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I can't put multiple effects on one item, but I can effectively create each of these items and just store them away.
Yeah.
Congrats,
Well,
you have a flashlight.
Yeah.
It's not even that bright though. It's like
Like 5 feet.
Yes,
However,
Like the square.
however, I can still use that so I'm not in darkness and be able to tell whether something's magical darkness or not.
true.
So
And technically it's 5 feet of bright light, 5 feet of dim light, so if it's magical darkness, it's 10 feet that you get to see.
Yeah, it's like a 10-foot aura around, or 5-foot aura around yourself. Like 10, 5, 10, whatever it is.
I don't know what
Yeah.
Ryoma's gonna do, but I'm gonna sit on a roof.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm
Are you
sitting
fiddling?
Why would I fiddle? I gotta watch for things.
I'm sitting on top of this well. So I can watch everything.
Because then you'd be a fiddler on the roof.
But I'm a smith on a roof.
Reasonable. Have a nice day.
Alright, you two give me perception checks.
Uh,
And then we will go to these two.
that is a craptastic 7. I'm not even going to try.
A19.
Okay. Oh, man.
Anyways, gonna continue.
Alright, so you guys see children playing, and as it's getting dark, people are getting called in for dinner.
Mhm.
And the shopkeepers are starting to close up shop.
But nothing out of the ordinary.
Not that you can tell at the moment.
Can I see in Jessica's house from where I am?
No.
Okay.
I have returned.
Good. You guys are at his house, and he opens the door and lets you in. Come.
Lorelei follows behind him.
Same.
And now, pardon me. I have to make sure he's awake. Can you sit at my table, at my desk, while
Of
I
course.
make sure he didn't soil himself in the meantime?
All right. Please take your time. And she sits down.
Thank you. And he pulls out a key and opens it and stuff, and then goes inside and closes the door behind him.
Father, now come on, sit.
I'll stand, thank you.
Takes him about 5 minutes, and then he comes back out and he adjusts his tie. Yes, he did soil himself in his sleep. He is awake now, slightly. He's semi-conscious would probably be the best way of putting it. Fading in and out. You're more than welcome to come in. Come in.
She does follow behind. She does follow him.
You see laying on the bed a very old, shriveled up man. And his eyes are barely open, and he's bald, and he's wrinkly, and he's wheezing as he tries to, catch air, and every now and then he opens his mouth like a big gasp of breath as he's trying to struggle maintaining oxygen.
Oh my.
Sabian will move up and begin examining him before preparing a spell.
Give me a medicine check.
A 27.
So as you lift up the bed sheet to look at him more, you see a giant cleaver axe mark across his chest. Lorelei, give me a history check with advantage.
I
Oof.
That axe looks extremely familiar to you, but you can't put your finger on where you've seen this type of wound before.
I feel like I've seen that type of wound before. Somewhere.
Now you said this is a cleaver wound?
Mm-hmm. And it's got decaying and rotting flesh spreading from the wound.
Hmm. Any idea where?
I
Any idea where you might have seen such a wound?
I don't know. I just know I've seen it somewhere before. It's almost right at the back of my mind, but I can't figure it out.
Hmm. Well, the only thing that I have seen be able to do something like this was the bow that Zarek used against us when he first showed himself again. Even then, it's different.
Yes, it is quite peculiar, is it not?
I'll do what I can, but I have a feeling the powers granted to me currently will not be enough.
You don't have to deplete your magical abilities for him. I have hired high priests, I have had the paladins, and Hood is a high paladin. And unfortunately, nothing they do has done anything. I fear that wound is tied to the being that did it, and only killing the being that can do it. Well, undo it would probably be the best way of putting it.
And did you see the being who did it at all?
Yes. He was gray-skinned, and he had a giant axe that glowed blue of an ethereal flame. And his eyes were blue, and his skin was pale and bony.
The man from the dream? What did you call him, Father?
I can show you him. I can cast a minor illusion of the man.
If you would, please.
Of course. And he throws this figure out. Lorelei, wisdom saving throw! With disadvantage.
That is a 7.
Trauma in 3, 2, 1. Light bulb.
That light bulb being?
He knows exactly who that man is.
Mm-hmm.
Do I?
Mhm.
Yes.
Oh,
Back to your backstory.
oh no!
Remind me,
Trauma,
didn't we
go.
see that we all, Lorelai, Sivian, and Rose saw this fella in that dream thing, right?
Nope.
No, 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 no. That
Oh,
Father, that's the lich. That's the lich my mother made the deal with.
And it seems now, Matt, that I now have a personal stake in this just as much as you do. It's going to die the moment I find it.
Interesting. As the illusion fades. Interesting.
I
He puts his arms around Lorelai, hugging her.
I would like to go back to the ship, please.
And we shall. We'll take our leave now.
He follows you to the door, and as the door closes quite slowly, good night.
And you.
And it slow closes. And you hear some locks behind you.
And Sivian will escort Lorelai back to the ship, and then he'll even take her into his room to lay down.
Which she will do very quickly and hide under the covers. She does not like those memories at all. She does not like that thought or that image at all.
Okay.
The moment you started mentioning some of the lich, I'm like, it's gonna be.
As soon as you mentioned the wound, I knew who it was. So.
Oh, I mean the lich way back when he first mentioned about a lich.
In the other game, or
no, in this one, because he mentioned before they went to the house that it was caused by a lich.
Yeah, I was a little bit late on the take up.
So,
it took me till I heard about the
who
wound.
is sleeping?
Lorelai is not.
Then I need Constitution saving throw.
Oh shit. Sivian would be too worried about her to be able to sleep.
Okay, Constitution saving throw.
11.
Okay.
You good?
You're good this time.
It should be fine. It doesn't.
Nope.
Fucking fab.
You had to open your mouth.
I was saying it should be fine because we're not staying up the whole night. This is still just the nighttime. Like this is dusk.
Well,
Though he is questioning who is sleeping.
I asked who's going to be sleeping.
Oh.
And to that, I'm good.
God.
Good
Okay.
with 28.
You don't sound.
I'm fine.
You are fine. All right, Chris. You get a level of exhaustion, buddy. Balric, are you going to sleep throughout the night? Or are you going to go into town and do stuff?
We already have two very capable people who have got it covered there. So yeah, I am going to sleep. However, rather than sleep in my usual place, I am going to sleep on the floor in Shallow's room.
Okay.
Like leaning against his cot or whatever.
Okay.
Because there are things about that murder children.
Okay.
All right. So next
Can I have
game
an
you'll have to make a new
intelligence saving
character.
throw? From Balric.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't hear who you were saying because my headset crackled.
There we go. 7.
Perfect.
Okay. Let me see something here.
Ooh, interesting.
Hmm.
No, I think the
All
creature
right.
I'm thinking of is a fiend.
So, Balric,
Hmm?
you are laying there after, laying down, and Shallow looks at you,
Hmm.
and he looks at you and goes, "Are you okay?"
I'm fine. Why?
Well, I just want to know that you were okay because, you basically led me to my death. So I wanted to make sure you were okay.
That is so fucked up, especially considering he chose it.
It took time to come to terms with it, but yes, I'm okay.
Okay.
Thank you for asking.
Good. Because I don't hold you accountable for anything. Like, I know it's your fault, but I forgave you.
I appreciate that.
Do you want to know a secret?
Sure.
And no one's going to believe you.
All right.
Lean in a little closer.
Okay, what?
There's a monster under my bed.
Please let it be a mirror. Please.
What kind of monster?
You don't feel it yet?
Hmm. Is this like I know that there are strange things happening, but the reason I'm here is to make sure that no one can hurt you.
Okay. Well, what if I want to hurt you?
Well,
I
that
knew
would
it.
be unfortunate.
He opens his mouth, and you see a little arm stick out and slap you across the face. And you lose consciousness.
Hey, motherfucker, excuse me? What the fuck?
Considering that's happening in the room next to Simeon, do
You
we
hear
hear the
nothing.
thud of his body?
No, because he's laying halfway on the bed.
I knew it as soon as you had the kid talk to him.
So we will call session there.
God fucking damn
Motherfucker.
it. Of course you would.
Ending
God damn it.
recording.